Hey, what's going on, everybody? Welcome back to another episode of the Meme Stream. I'm the host of the Nightmare, Shark300, and I'm happy to have you. We are back. We got some interesting stuff to talk about today. I am happy to have you all. What's going on with you all today, huh? No drop frames, unlike last stream. Let's heck and go. I read through Centuria. I really like it. I wish there was more backstory build-up. Thanks for the recommendation. Yeah, no problem, friendo. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I think it's probably going to be one of those series that's like, oh, please don't cancel me, please don't cancel me type series where they have to front load a lot of stuff. And then afterwards, you're going to see a lot of backstory through probably flashbacks, things along those lines. So it's probably going to be filled in later. But I mean, it's Viz after all. So you're probably, so they were probably like fighting tooth and nail at the end of the day. Well, not Viz, Shonen Jump. So, you know, they're like fighting tooth and nail to be able to make sure that they don't get canceled. So I can understand how you could definitely be wanting. I feel that same, you know, the funny thing is I feel that same exact way about Kagurabachi. Well, I mean, no, actually, I'm not sure if that's true. What I want with Kagurabachi actually is to be able to, like, I want Chihiro to have more faults. I think I've talked about it before. I still feel that way. Chihiro having like, he's supposed to be like a super traumatized guy, right? But he has like no moments where the trauma actually kind of stops him from doing anything or it hinders him at all. He's just like all of my trauma just fuels me to be more cool and badass. And even if you try to make me like feel bad, I'll just feel even stronger because feeling bad would be bad for the story, you see. I don't know, it's just I would want more from him than just kind of like mindless cool guy stuff, you know what I mean? He's a big aura merchant, but honestly, at this moment, I feel like he's just a nice guy aura merchant. I would really like to see his trauma do something more for him than just kind of fuel him to be cooler and stronger. Yeah, they act like they had years of therapy. Right, so I don't want to spoil any of Kagurabuchi, but yesterday's chapter that dropped that has a lot of Hakari's backstory, that happened 2 months before when we see him, right? Like literally 2 months before when we like connect with him in the story. 2 months. Okay, 2 months. This guy has been tortured for like 80% of his life. And then, you know, the big reveal for why he left the family in chapter 35 dropped. That happened 2 months ago. And he's like, I don't know, he's just like, my trauma makes me stronger. And that's just kind of it. I would really like to see more of our characters developing through their pain more than just, it's just kind of like, damn, that happened. Unfortunately, I'm him. And I think it makes for like a yo sort of story, but it does, like looking back, I feel like I might feel like some of those things might ring a little hollow. That's what I feel at the moment. I'm going yo, but I don't know, some of it I'm not really sitting with that much, right? I feel like there isn't too much to sit with, which I think is a problem, which I think could be a bit of a problem. We'll see. The monsters were sick though. Yeah, the character designs, artwork, all of that, super sick. So really happy about all that. In Centuria. I started not stream for a while. I have not streamed for a while. Had to take a little break. Had to take a little break from myself. Coming out of that. My doctor's appointment's tomorrow though. So I hope I pass. Hope everything goes well there. Hope everything goes well there. The only problem, it's like the most, I will say that I think I'm being set up by my psychiatrist. I think it's the most anti-ADHD, I think it's like, it's probably the most anti-ADHD doctor's appointment that I've ever had in my entire life. And I'm gonna be 100% serious when I say that. I'm 100% serious when I say that. Okay? 100% serious. It is a Zoom meeting that I have to go back to the email that they sent me originally for and click on the Zoom link and then sign in at 9 a.m. on a Tuesday. And that's how I get to my doctor's appointment. That's how that works. That's how that works. I feel like it was perfectly crafted for me to fail. And maybe that's my ADHD test, right? Maybe I'll fail and then they'll give me medicine, and that's how that works. I will say Kagurabachi has grown more than I was expecting it to. Like, I thought it was going to be like a little interesting series, but I wasn't expecting the like fandom to really grow as much as it has. I feel like it's grown a lot more than I was really expecting, which I think is nice. I think the series definitely deserves its flowers. Yeah. Sork, nice to see you all. I do mine online. I always remember like 2 minutes before. Me personally, I do mine online. But because I don't know, my psychiatrist is kind of set up weird where they have an office here, but all of their doctors are in another part of the state. So I feel like what's going to happen is that if I go in, they're just gonna set me up with a TV anyway. So I've just made it. I've just thought, why can't I just do that from home? Because it actually happened to me before. Thanks, Biden. That actually happened to me before when I went into a doctor's appointment and they sat me down in a doctor's office, but then they wheeled in a TV like I was back in high school again, and my English teacher was out, so the PE teacher put on like one of those 90s football inspirational anti-racism movies for us to watch, you know what I mean? And that's how I talked to my doctor. I thought it was like kind of insane, I'm gonna be honest with you. It was a crazy thing. The scramble anxiety. Yeah, right? You running there to get it set up, and then you log on and you hope that your doctor's there and they're just sitting there twiddling their thumbs, looking at the clock, waiting. They're like, if you don't show up in 5 minutes, then they're legally obligated to leave. Mexico got its first female president. That's true. A pussy holder is 100% going to where is the like Mexican version of the White House? Is it in Mexico City? Because we say like going to Washington, going to the Kremlin, going to like Downing Street. Is that right? Is that where Parliament is in the UK? Downing Street, something like that, something along them lines. Downing Street. Downing Street. What's the Mexican version of like Pennsylvania Avenue? What's the Mexican version of the White House? Does anybody know? Where do Mexicans go to do their presidential shit? Los Pinos? Is that true? Oh yeah, it's called Waco Mundo. I forgot. That's the Mexican the White House, the Mexican version of the White House in Mexico. That's called Waco Mundo. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool name. Los Pinos is Waco, Texas. Oh no. The Pines. It's oh, that's the Pines in Spanish. Los Pinos. Los Pinos. Los Pinos, Mexico. Campuelho Cultura Complejo Cultura de Los Pinos is its full name. Los Pinos is the official residence and office of the president in Mexico. Okay, cool stuff. I'm a little quiet. Is that true? Stop? Why you say stop? You take stream convo requests? Sure, why not? Chat, am I a little quiet? One in chat if I'm a little quiet. I'll turn it up a little bit. I'll turn myself up just a tiny bit. Turn ups. If I email you? Yeah, you can email. Okay, am I like peaking or anything now? I turned it up just a tiny bit. Am I peaking or anything now? I just wanted to ask. They say I'm fine. I'm gonna turn it down just one-ish. Not peaking? Okay, I'll leave it here. This seems I'm looking at my levels and it seems fine. They don't so bad? Okay, but could it be louder? Okay, one in chat if it could be louder. If I could be louder. Okay, thanks. Yeah, no problem, friendo. Let me see. I'll just do a little boost here. Just to be safe. Your speakers might just be doo-doo ass. That happens to me, but I have this extension. It's called Volume Master. So when things are just irrationally quiet in my browser, I can just turn it up automatically, even further than my normal speakers would go. And it I can't even tell you how much it helps me out, especially for streaming. Some people's audio is just so quiet, and I've been able to boost it dramatically with a volume extension. I've gotten so much use out of it. It's so good. I think it's just the music's just a little loud. Here, let me see. I can definitely turn this down a little bit. There we go. Campuelho Cultura des Los Pinos. You know, chat, I was actually thinking about learning Spanish sometimes, specifically for stream. Like, I don't really have any people who just speak solely Spanish that I really want to speak to. Not because I'm racist or anything, just because I don't cross paths with those muchachos very often. I don't cross paths with those people very often. So I was just like, maybe I could just do it for myself, or if I need to read something that happens to be in Spanish, I can read it off without any without any hassle. This sounds cool. Okay. So what's the plan? What's the plan we got here for today, okay? What's the plan we got here for today? Let's see. There was a Piers Morgan on Trump's conviction. You guys want to watch that a little bit? Because there's definitely, because a lot of what I want to talk about today is actually some cope. There's a good amount of cope going on right now, and I'm kind of fiending to talk about some of it. Took my classes for Russian. Now I can read raw propaganda. Yo, wait, that does sound actually pretty cool. That does sound pretty sick. I can't lie. I might have to take some classes for Spanish. I don't know. Feed us cope. That's me sipping cope. Let's see. Piers Morgan. It's incredible how you can be like a British mother and you carry a baby for 9 months and they pop out and you're like, hello, Piers. Like, Piers? What's next? Pontoons? Decks? Piers. What about Pierce? It's just, I don't know. It's just a bit of a curious name, but I guess I'm just not British. Poop Deck Jones the third. Choices were made. I'm telling you. Here's one imports. I'm just saying it's just a curious choice when it comes to how to deal with an infant. I didn't even know volume extensions were a thing. I downloaded one and it's totally solved my problem. Thank you so much. Yeah, no problem. Yeah. I'm so glad it works. It either could be your headphones or your speakers. I'm not sure if you're using either. That's possible as well. Your system sound, I would say check that out too. But yeah, make sure everything's turned up. But yeah, like volume extensions, they do so much. They do so much for me personally. They do so much. Upper class here have always been terrible with names. Is Piers from the upper class? Is that true? It was he a rich boy? Rich boy? He was born with like a silver bean in his mouth. He could have been Pierce. It would have been better. Yeah, Piers, Docs, and Planks. All great friends. The silly jokester. Thank you so much for tier one. For the tier one, I really appreciate you on the website. Thank you so much for that. Thank you. Thank you for the extension tip. Yo, I didn't know it was worth $5, but I really appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you so much for the love. Thank you. Wowee. That means so much. And I hope you enjoy your Subarino cappuccino. Don't toy with me, Miss Nagatoro will end in 3 chapters. Chat, is that manga kind of you know? Is that because this art's kind of you know what I mean? The art that I'm looking at right now, this is kind of it's a little it's a little spooky. Looks pretty mad at me. There's a lot of people who really love it. Don't toy with me, Miss. Don't toy with me, Miss Nagatoro. There's a lot of people who love this manga, but the problem, I don't know. They're supposed to be in like elementary school or something, right? Is this the official art? Is this official? No, my slop. Is this the official art? Why is her pants unbuttoned? Oh dear. Why are her pants unbuttoned? Like, what's going on? These isn't she supposed to be in like 5th grade? It's just sure looks like slop. It's definitely like I miss when I didn't have to pay bills as an adult and I don't have any and I lost my connections with many of my IRL friends sort of thing, you know? You feel me? But I don't know. It could be, once again, it could be, I could just be being a hater. It could be great. It could be fantastic, right? I just don't think I'm just not built for slice of life anime or like mango. I don't know. Just every time I do it, it just makes me. I'm like, I really don't care, because a new series came out that's basically like this. A new like little girl in like elementary school slop series came out. It's called Ruri Dragon. It's where a young girl. Imagine Imagine like Japanese turning red, and that's basically what it is. But instead of turning into a panda, she slowly turns into a dragon because her mom got railed by a real unironic dragon, and now she has to deal with, instead of getting a period, like growing wings and breathing fire. I will say I read up to like 7 chapters and they haven't mentioned 9/11 yet, which is a little worrisome as well. So Kiwi Bird, thank you so much for the tier 1. I really appreciate you on Twitch 5 months in a row. Remaining a part of the frenzy, being incredibly punk. I appreciate you. Thank you. Slice of life anime is definitely not for everyone. Yeah, I don't know. It's just, I'm just like, I don't know. I don't know. I guess I just don't really know how to explain it. Maybe I don't know. Maybe there's no way to really explain it. It's just simply not for me. It looks interesting. I want a story about the mom. Yeah, that's true. I do want the story about the mom. Like what went through her head? Why did she get railed raw dog sloppy style by a dragon? And just like, because they were apparently, it wasn't just like a one-off thing that she was running around in the mountains and she decided to get, I guess you can't say raw dog, raw lizard. She like run around the mountain, she got raw lizarded by a giant mystical flying lizard man. Apparently they were married for some time and then decided to have a kid, but obviously they're divorced now. They are divorced. Imagine like imagine what's that series, Dragon Maid or whatever, but like way less pedophilic. No questionable memes whatsoever. So I mean, I guess if you're looking for that type of stuff, divorce, she is definitely fatherless. She is 100% fatherless. Her father is a literal dragon that lives in the mountains and breathes fire, and has a whole cave full of doubloons and stuff like that. Got that dragonic cloaca. Did the dragon get custody or did he waive that? I don't think. I think they were in a relationship, but they weren't. Well, actually, my bad. I think I may be like. I think I don't think they were actually literally married. I think they were just cohabitating. You know what I mean? It's how millennials want to have kids these days. Just like cohabitating without technically actually being married. So when when it comes to custody, he just hasn't come down from the mountain in like 16 years or whatever, ever since she was born. So I think he just kind of like, unspokenly waived custody. He hasn't like come down to see his daughter. When she like sprouted horns one day, he then went. What, my bad. Her mom went, like, climbed the mountain to go tell him that their daughter had like popped out horns. Okay, but he was like, yes, the lizard blood runs through her veins, like shit like that. But he didn't come down to the mountain to say hi. He was still out going for dragon milk and dragon cigs or whatever. Wow, what a plot. Yeah, so basically it's like, it's a shy girl who's slowly growing more dragon things and the dragon features every day, who's trying to still live a normal life and learning how to be more outgoing and talk to people and stuff. And but apparently people really love it. Apparently people are absolutely going crazy for it, because when I was following Viz, some of their announcements about some of their series, because I wanted to see what was going on with some of the series that I follow. And the post they made about Ruby Dragon, it was kind of popping off. It was doing like a lot. It was doing a significant amount of numbers comparable to like Vinland Saga. So people are definitely feeling Ruby Dragon these days. uh, um, I, I 578 million a year old. I am a 578 male bad dad. Sorry, am I 578 male a bad dad for not coming down from my mountain to see my 16F hybrid daughter? That's a definitely one. That's definitely a like 98%. You are the asshole. Like you have riches, you have time, you don't have a job. All you need to do, you literally don't even have to walk or get like a car or anything. You could fly down from your mountain to go see your daughter, but you're just a piece of shit who's just too busy with your doubloons in your cave to actually deal with your family. You are a bad dragon. You are a one bad dragon, good sir. Got your YouTube on the Trump trial and had to follow immediately. Hey, I really appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I thought I did a pretty good job on that video, so I do really appreciate that. Today's upload later after the stream is going to be the video on the Stellar Blade drama. I'm sorry, but it was just way too funny. It was just way too silly. And if you want to see that early, it's been up for the members for a couple days now, so you can definitely check that out if you become a member for $2 a month. It's pretty crazy. $2.99, $2 a month, cheaper than any other subscription this side of the Mississippi. Dragon shit. Yeah, he doing that dragon shit though. But yeah, so that was definitely something. There was I read some like garbage, actual genuine slop. I was on Manga Plus. I was just reading a couple of new chapters for some like first 3 chapters for some stuff. There was this one series where like the fucking the fucking like a teacher who was getting bullied by his students, and there's 2 main characters because they're twins and they can feel when the other one's beating their meat or some shit like that. They can feel when the other one's feeling something. And then their teacher kills themselves because they were being way too mean to him, and then they got teleported to like the fuck you dimension where there's an evil guy with a fucking like on a bridge where there's an evil guy with a damn shovel who wants to kill them. And I'm telling you, at the first opportunity, there was like a panty shot of one of the schoolgirls. There was like an upskirt panty shot. He drew the vulva and everything. I was like, what the fuck? There were like 2, and he did it like twice. And for the next like 2 chapters, he had at least 2 panty shots. And I was like, was this really necessary? Did this really need to happen like this? Are you serious? Is this nigga serious? I kind of felt like that for a moment. you in this heat of the moment where like they're running from like an axe from a shovel wielding maniac, you were like, I need 12 panty shots. Underskirt, draw the vulva too. Like, are you serious? There was a girl who like, there was like an upskirt shot of a girl sitting on the ground who pissed herself, panties wet. I was like, are you serious? You have to be joking. I put that thing down immediately. they detailed the mod's pubis. Oh yeah, it was just, I was like, this can't be happening, and I definitely put that down. I had not found something good on Manga Plus yet. Stellar Blade sounds like a Stella. No, it's Stellar, not Stella. It would be cool if it was Stellar Blade. But yeah, I haven't found anything as good as that, because that was honestly peak fiction. This is also my monthly telling you guys to go read Gokurakugai. Great series about I don't know, it's cool. It's just fun. It's just a nice series. Go read Gokurakugai. Fuck you. you know? I guess that's all I really have to say. You should go read it. It's cool. Go check out Gokurakugai. Great stuff. Thoroughly enjoy it. It's a monthly series. They're troubleshooters in a Japanese town called Gokurakugai. They have hot women. They have hot women as well. Weeb, nah, I don't really care for like the Japanese stuff in the show. I'm gonna be honest with you. Now, I actually get in trouble with weebs, all right? Because actually, I'm the type of guy who I don't only want these types of like media properties to be translated. I want them to be localized. Like I want you to remove a lot of the Japanese stuff in it so it's easier for me to understand. Like when there's some Japanese idiom about like when the lotus flower reaches peak of the summer's day, a Japanese deer will cry to the east. You say stuff like early bird gets the worm. You know what I'm saying? Like a Japanese person probably wouldn't say that, but I'm not Japanese. Fuck you. I basically want manga to be colonized, is what I'm saying. And I'll stand on business when it comes to that too. I want the colonization to be swift and thorough, irreversible. Of course, I hate to be the one to say it, but I'm going to say it. There's only one type of colonization that I appreciate, and it's of media, so I can understand it better. Hi Shark, hey friendo, nice to see you. Konnichiwa, fuck you. Yum yum, this is a nice jelly donut, obviously holding onigiri. I'm gonna be honest, that would go hard. I'm not gonna lie to you. If the editor for the English version erased the onigiri and the rice, the fucking rice patty or whatever the fuck they have in their hand and replaced it with like a donut or like a cheeseburger, I'd be so down with that. I think that'd be much better actually. Didn't they do that in Pokemon? This is why the Pokemon anime was peak. I'm gonna be honest with you. This is why the Pokemon cartoon was peak. I almost fell for their tricks. Almost fell for their silly tricks. Anyways, a pickle stuffed with Takis wrapped in a fruit roll up. Yes, that'd actually unironically be so peak. That'd be so peak. What is that? This is my pickle giri. This is my pickle giri. I love it. It's so tasty. All right. You guys want to check something out? Is Gokurakugai on like JJK Demon Slayer level? Okay, what do you mean? Like writing and like writing and art, or do you mean just like how cool it is, how popular it is? Oh, look who returned. What the heck are you doing, Miss Ma'am? Eating up your salmon. You look like you messed it up. What happened? You cooked it in the pan, but you don't think you finished it, so you had some like raw. You were eating like sashimi. Why didn't you go all the way in? How do you know how much you have to nuke it then? So what? You just made like salmon on rice or something? What'd you make? You nerd. You put like any like soy sauce on it or something, or it's just salmon on rice? Pesto and sun-dried tomato. A group of troubleshooters, right? It follows a group of troubleshooters basically. F. No? Oh no. Are we effing? Just you? Okay. Anyways, it follows a group of troubleshooters. Basically, they're people who you nice. They're people who you go to when you have a problem, right? And that's their normal day job, but they have a sort of like underground gig too, which is they deal with creatures called Maga. All right, it's MAGA. They fight Maga, right? And Maga are evil creatures spawned from the souls of humans that like basically come back. Think of them like hollows from Bleach, right? Think of them like hollows from Bleach, right? And so these Maga, they're basically like little monsters. They go around, they spawn in places where people are sad or whatever, and they eat people. They eat people, right? It's their job to use their power to be able to stop Maga. All right. Alma, okay, one of the two main characters, is a Maga himself, but he's like a human Maga who's able to maintain more of his human form and human demeanors, right? And like faculties, where like full Magas usually don't have any of that stuff whatsoever. So they use his blood inside of his with his sidekick, okay, Miss Tao, we call her Tao, so they drain his blood, which is Maga blood, and they put it into her bullets, and her main weapon is a gun, and she freaking blasts them. Okay, she blasts Maga with bullets containing his blood, because the only thing that you can really use to stop a Maga is other Maga ability, Maga power, right? So that's their thing. They're troubleshooters, and they solve mysteries stemming from Magas, which are like hollows or whatever, like cursed spirits or whatever in the universe, and that's basically the whole thing. He doesn't wear a red hat. That's how he keeps it under control. Yeah. If he ever puts on a red hat, then it's completely over for him. He'll lose it. But yeah, when it comes to the story, I don't want to get too much into like how the story goes about. There's beast men. Okay, there's furries in there as well. And like these furries, these beast men are basically treated like minorities in the community, and they're hated on, they're discriminated against, all that type of stuff. We haven't touched on that too much, but one of the people in our troublemaker group is a beast man. There is a young girl in there, but she is not sexualized. Okay, she just likes to, be, she likes to be super cool. She has a little rivalry with Alma, one of our main characters, right? Tao has a sordid history when it comes to issues in her life and how she became like a troubleshooter, right? I think it's pretty cool. I think it's super interesting. The art's super cool. It's a monthly series as well. Let me see if I can pull up some art. Let me see if I can pull up some art. Okay, so here's some of this. I don't want to spoil it. Oh, everything that I've told you so far is like chapter 1 type stuff. Okay, so don't get freaked out. None of this is surprising. Okay, none of this is surprising. Oma loves to eat. He's a big eater. Right, so stuff like this. Right, this is the general level of art that you can imagine in the series. This one here, this is from chapter 1. They look like stoners. Tao smokes, but only cigarettes. That's how it works. She's only a big ciggy smoker. Big ciggy smoker. But yeah, I generally like the series. It's pretty good, pretty cool, pretty interesting. I'm invested in it. I want to see how it goes. A very emotional thing just happened, right? With where Tao had to face her past, and I think it was really good. I think it was really good. We got Tao's backstory finally, and why, you know, she acts the way she does, all this type of stuff, and I think it's really good. Art's great, super interesting. Check out Gokurakugai. Yeah, she's sucking down them Newports. All right. So obviously, as you all know, Donald Trump got convicted of 34 nasty felonies. All right. They're sitting on his big naturals and he's not happy. Just like the rest of the conservatives out there who think that it's all Joe Biden's fault. Donald Trump has insomnia. It's Joe Biden's fault. Donald Trump slips and stubs his toe. It's Joe Biden's fault. Donald Trump cheats on his wife. Again, it's Joe Biden's fault. Obviously, Donald Trump may lose 2024 and that's Joe Biden. Troll talker. our biggest guy bringing only the best and smartest minds together, Piers Morgan, decided to host a little panel about what happened to Donald Trump, and he brought some very curious names on board. So I want to take a look at it. I feel like it could be pretty fun. How many? Say it again. 34 nasty felonies sitting on his big naturals. They're heavy. They hurt his back. I did everything right and they convicted me. He should say that again. He should say it again, honestly. Because it's they indicted me as out of date. Now it's they convicted me. I did everything right and they convicted me. Oh. What are you doing? You're going out? Where are you going? What happened to your salmon? The salmon was bad? What do you mean it was bad? It was frozen. It was like fishy? It smelled like something went wrong in it. It's slimy? How's that even possible? Baby. Can I eat it? No. You sure? Okay. Well, what are you gonna go eat? You're gonna go to Wendy's.
This meme is very real.
They have burgers. What burger do you get? You get a Baconator? Wait, chat. What should I give? Wait, Wendy's. I have some PTSD with Wendy's. I'm gonna be honest with you. I mean, the 10 chili cups. I'm gonna be sick. Stop it. Stop it. Back before I met you, I used to DoorDash a little bit more, especially when I was working, and I wrote them off at the end of the year as business business meals, so I got them like 50% off in taxes. Anyways, what happened is that I used to order from Wendy's a little bit more because they were like the cheapest option, and Wendy's like messed up my order almost every other time I would order food from them. One time I just ordered like a single baconator and they gave me 10 like 4 or 5 cups of chili in like a massive bag instead of like a small bag with a single sandwich in it. It was just, and then after that I haven't ordered or really eaten from them since. So I just have a bad history with them. That's all I'm saying. But I think I can probably get something. Chat, what do you guys think? Chat, what the GF is going out. What do you think I should get from Wendy's? You're gonna go to Burger King instead? Well, you want to go to Wendy's, don't you? Will you want to go to Burger? You want to go to Wendy's, so we'll go to Wendy's. Okay, is that okay with you? Why are you going to Burger King? I had a traumatic. Okay, you know what? Okay, then can I get like a Bacon King with cheese, no ketchup? Okay, yeah, sure. That's all I want. You want to show chat your makeup today? You didn't. You did not have terrible makeup. Come here. It's not terrible. You have really nice makeup on today. She's saying no, she doesn't. She's being modest. She's being humble. You look great today. You found your choker. Where'd you put that thing? Oh, it was inside the clothes in the dryer. Anyways, yeah, it shrunk. Nice. So it's choking you a little bit more than it should. That's funny. Okay, yeah, I'll text it to you. Sure. Yeah, sure. Oh, chat. We went to her mom's house the other day, and she showed me like her like folders and folders of baby pictures. They were so funny. They were so funny. Hmm? What's funny about them? I don't know. You want to see? No. Here's this picture of you drooling out of your mouth as a baby. You can't even see it. The drool? Yeah, it's right there. You're glossy as hell. You can't even see it. Okay. you. She was there as a baby. She was like. What do you mean you weren't sure if you were black? Like you thought you looked Mexican or something? Yes. Good. Can I show chat? Sure. So this is the GF as a baby, chat. This is her as a small infant. Look at that. It's so funny. You do kind of look like an upset like Mexican auntie or something. You did have a lot of hair. This one, you're like, ooh. She was in when she was in school. Look at my baby in school. Look at her. Wow, she's so studious. That's my studious baby right there. They were making it happen. Look at her. So polite. What a polite young woman. Look at that. Her little overalls. You don't have overalls anymore. We need to get you some overalls. We can put you in overalls. I think it'd be cute. I think it'd be cute. You're such a hater. What? Oh yeah, they were going for that little algae wafer I put in there before the stream started. All of the babies? Yes. Oh, my fish have been pumping out like tons and tons of babies. Did my fish keep getting pregnant? She's so adorable. Yeah, she was pretty cute. She's still pretty cute, I think. Cute kid, big, huge forehead, But you're supposed to be getting food. You're hungry. Go get food. You're hungry.
What?
You can't.
Do you want to repeat that?
You can't do this on stream, dog.
What did you say?
I didn't say anything.
Yes, you did.
I said.
What did you say?
I said big heart.
No, you did not.
Yes, I did.
No, you did
You
not.
look so polite. If you look so polite, I feel like we would have been friends if we knew each other back then. Don't get me.
I know what you said.
You had such a big heart, like a huge, massive heart that you carried around, and you grew into it too. Smack him? What do you mean smack him? Don't do that to me. I'm literally vibing. Death. Yeah, she came back into the room like die 1,000 deaths. I was scared. She came into the room a raging demon. It was insane. You got lucky and avoided her wrath. Yeah, by telling the truth, I avoided her wrath by telling it how it is. You know what I mean? That's what happened. That's what I said. She had a really big heart. Buds. Anyways, we did the intro for this video, but we haven't even started yet.
Well, former President Trump's bombshell guilty verdict has triggered a predictable outpouring of smugness and glee. Well, former President Trump's bombshell guilty verdict has triggered a predictable outpouring of smugness and glee from...
That's true. I can't lie. I'm pretty smug. And it was funny. It's just I even titled the video that it was really funny when he got convicted. It is. It's just funny. It's just funny. Also, something I didn't talk about in that video is the fact that the idea that it was such a like mundane white collar crime is something that's not worth convicting over, especially like seriously, is honestly one of the biggest problems in this entire country. The fact we don't treat white collar crimes as seriously in this country, as any other like more violent or property crime, is a massive issue. Like the way that a lot of rich people can get away with stealing people's money and get a slap on the wrist is just something that should not be taken seriously. Even in some like defense and like even in sort of the law practicing community, white collar crimes are not seen as big of an issue as like more violent crimes that poor people commit, which is something that absolutely should not be the case. And I can understand how like more richer people may feel that way, but yeah, I mean, listen, you fight for your own interests, right? But I'm just gonna tell you right now, one of the biggest categories of thefts in this entire country is wage theft. But I'm going to tell you right now, a lot of people care a whole lot less about wage theft and care more a whole lot more about Walgreens pretending like they have a theft problem and that's why they're closing down some stores or raising a bunch of prices, right? When it's actually just price gouging because they know they can get away with it and people will blame somebody besides them.
Celebrities and liberals. Barbara Streisand said that
people literally fired off fireworks. I'm not gonna lie, I saw this comment on Twitter the other day and I thought it was a perfect encapsulation of how a lot of like sort of middle-aged liberals feel right now. They said, imagine the exact opposite of 9/11 and that's how they feel. And all yeah, it's like if two planes settled their differences and got together to build two new towers. You know, it's literally the inverse, the mirror realm 9/11, and that's how a lot of liberal parents feel right now. And honestly, my parents feel the same. Godspeed.
Americans must not allow this felon anywhere near the White House again. Star Trek's George Takei quipped that he should now be called 34 instead of 45. And Joy Behar from Senator
Don't
Mitt
care.
Romney, very much a moderate of the Republicans, said that Alvin Bragg.
I don't know. We still say moderate of the Republicans when it comes to Mitt Romney. Mitt Romney like pushes for almost every single Trump policy. I'm going to be honest with you. Almost every single, like 99%. I don't know. Sweet Blasphemy, thank you so much for the tier 1 on the website. Thank you so much for the support on the site. I really appreciate you. And if you want to be a part of the site too, sharky.cc, sharky.cc. You can do exclamation point chat as well if you're in YouTube or Twitch chat. I'm quite sure. I think I turned that on for YouTube too. So you can do that too. You can join up. And that's how you reach the chat on screen. That's how you do that. And you can subscribe over there for $5 a month. And a lot of your money won't go to a multi-billion-dollar corporation who sells your data. Okay. I don't sell anything from you. Okay. I only sell you good vibes. Thank you so much. White collar crimes bad. White name crimes good. True. Eradication. Genocide.
May have won the battle for now, but he may have lost the political war. Democrats think they can put out the Trump fire with oxygen. It's political malpractice. So is Trump the felon now even more likely to return to the White House? I'm here to debate this. Is the Shark Tank investor, Kevin O'Leary, criminal defense attorney Mark.
Oh, dude, this dumbass. That guy's like a super conservative, right? He's just a weirdo. No, here, listen, I'll just answer this early. No, actually, Trump being a felon is not going to make him more likely to go to the White House. Something that's actually been really funny. You know what? I'll save that for a little later. No, it's not going to make him more likely to go to the White House. It will literally only hurt him. A lot of conservatives out there who are pretending to be like moderates or liberals. There are a lot of them out there who like pretend to be moderates or liberals. They're like, I totally wasn't going to vote for Donald J. Trump Jr. I was totally thinking about not voting for him. I was definitely not going to vote for him. But now that I know that he's been convicted of 34 felonies, I'm totally going to vote for him. And just like me and all of my friends and their friends and their friends and my great aunt, she and everyone else are going to be totally huge Donald Trump fans now because what the Democrats are doing against him. Like, okay. Like, all right, I bet. I totally bet. And you can go through the history of almost all of these people and they're like praising Trump 24/7. And they're like, I love Trump. I can't wait for Trump to win. Like, and then they have the audacity to hop in on the same exact account and go like, oh yes, you see, I was totally, I am the fabled, I was definitely not gonna vote for Trump, but now he's a convicted felon. I totally am voter. Like, okay, buddy, sure, I bet. I totally bet. Yeah, man. Absolutely. And we have some post conviction polls that came out recently. I'm not gonna lie, and all of them have no real movement for Donald Trump whatsoever. Some of them have him losing ground as well. So yeah, like there's probably going to be almost nothing. The reason why, let me tell you, the reason why is because Donald Trump's been on the campaign trail for basically 8 years at this point. Actually 6 years at this point, because he was campaigning for like 2 years before the 2016 election. Basically, so yeah, Donald Trump, and when he was president, he was still doing rallies. So yeah, Donald Trump's been on the campaign trail for about 8 years now. People have their mind made up about Donald Trump. They're not going to be changing their minds on Donald Trump like that. When it comes to this race, Biden, I'm going to be honest with you, Biden isn't actually running against Trump. Biden is actually running against himself. And what I mean by that is that Biden doesn't have to tell people how bad Trump is, really. I think that's going to come out, especially during the debates. What he has to do is stop his base from leaving him, from slobbering on Netanyahu and pushing for more right-wing policies. Like, I think that's what his big deal is. It's a fight literally against himself. And I think it was honestly like Hillary Clinton as well. Like, it's a fight against herself. And Donald Trump is just kind of there, kind of like tweaking in the corner. And if they don't win the fight against themselves, then Donald Trump will just win by default. I think that's what this election actually comes down to. Can Joe Biden beat himself more than can Joe Biden beat Trump? Everybody has their mind made up on Trump right now. Literally everybody has their mind made up on Donald Trump. That's not going to be changing. There aren't people who don't know who Donald Trump is, so his name recognition is too high. And also, there aren't people who are going to change their minds this deep into this election cycle, honestly, since 2020, who he could possibly win over. It's just Biden racing against himself to see if he can make himself seem less like a loser and get his base to actually choose to come out and not stay on the couch. Can Link defeat Dark Link? Yeah, that's actually what's going on right now.
Garagos, host of the Daily Wire's Michael Knowles show, conservative commentator Michael Knowles,
oh, not this
and
villain.
the very unconservative commentator Francesca Fiorentino. Well, welcome to all of you. Mark Garagos, let me start with you just for the legal perspective here. I think two things can be true at the same time. One is that the jury did their job with the evidence placed in front of them, and that the verdict was a correct one from a legal perspective. And the second view, which can run concurrently with this, is this should never have got to court in the first place, and dragging an American president through a criminal court process over something so relatively trivial, driven by apparent political partisanship on the part of the people driving it, was a catastrophic error of judgment and a disaster for the country. Discuss.
No, I mean, that's just, I think just a little stupid. The idea that white collar crimes are just something that you shouldn't bring in front of court, just, I don't know. I just think it's one of the massive problems with this country. I explained it already. That's why I think this is dumb. Yeah, I don't care if he was falsifying business records or doing whatever other white collar crime. Just because he's rich enough to just because he's rich enough to get away with little crimes that we would call like petty doesn't mean that he should be allowed to. And the fact that, and that would actually be proof that the richer you are, the more you above the law you become, because who cares about the little crime that rich people, the little bunch of crimes that rich people commit that keeps them a head and shoulders above poor people? Because if you try and skip out on your taxes as a poor person, they're going to come get you and destroy you. If you skip out on your taxes as a rich person, that's par for the course, man.
Well, look, I don't disagree with you. You can have these two thoughts in your head. If you're going to bring a criminal case against one of the most reviled people in Manhattan and pick a jury in Manhattan and expect them to do anything but convict him, then I know nothing about the criminal law that I've been trying cases about. That was a slam dunk for the prosecution from the get-go. At the same time, I can tell you that it was, to my mind, it was reprehensible that you take a case that is basically misdemeanors and with an expired statute of limitations, and you do the mental gymnastics to contort this into a target crime that's not defined until closing argument and make those into felonies, basically reviving an expired statute of limitations. I could go on and on about the legal nonsense that this is, but I'm not criticizing the jury. I criticize, number one, the prosecutor for bringing this case. Part of what makes the system work is prosecutors have to make hard decisions when to bring a case. Now, the jury did what they were given. That's on the judge. The judge, there's no such thing as directed verdicts in criminal cases. This was basically a directed verdict based on the jury instructions.
Yeah, I mean, all of this is just complete cope. This is a cope from somebody who's mad because he doesn't want to be held responsible for the same crimes that he will happily commit as a rich person. Let's just be completely honest with you, okay? He wants to be able to get away with these crimes, and he doesn't want the prosecutor to be able to do anything about it because he wants to be able to falsify as many business records as he wants, without having to worry and skip out on taxes because he doesn't want to have to worry about it, obviously. Right. And I mean, like, you can blame the prosecutors all you want, but what I'm not hearing is that he didn't commit these crimes. All I'm hearing is that Donald Trump should be able to get, what I'm hearing from these people is Donald Trump should be able to get away with as many crimes as he wants, as long as they're not too big of a problem, because he's a rich and cool and famous person, and rich, cool and famous people should be able to commit as many crimes as they want that aren't as bad as okay, well, here. Anyways, to wrap up, massive cope. They want to be able to commit these crimes as well. Donald Trump should not be able to get away with crimes because he's rich, cool, and famous. This is 100% cringe. And you'll hear people complaining about the fact that he did these crimes, but you'll hear people complaining about the fact that he's being held responsible for these crimes, but you'll hear none of them say that he actually didn't commit these crimes. Yeah.
As to the political, I'll just end it with this. I said 30 years ago when I was defending Susan McDougal, who was Bill Clinton's business partner in the Whitewater case, and when she was being prosecuted by then independent counsel Ken Starr, be careful what you wish for, Republicans, because the chickens are going to come home to roost. And sure enough, that's where we are right now. And those chickens are going to keep coming home to roost. So, Francesco, my question for you is, I understand how joyous you must be feeling that Donald Trump has been convicted because he slept with a porn star 20 years ago and may have shuffled some business papers about it.
Oh, yeah. Listen, he just like... I saw this meme before and I thought I think it's so poignant and so funny. Conservatives now like to describe crimes as the most mundane things possible to be able to get away with doing them and make themselves think that they're not being held responsible for things that don't really mean anything. So now falsifying business records in the effort to commit another crime is now shuffling papers on your desk. Okay? Conspiracy is just making plans with friends. Tax fraud is just, really liking your properties more than the IRS does. Like, okay, okay, dumbass. Like, no, oh, he just slid some papers around on his desk all funny style, and now everybody's mad at him. Yeah, okay, yeah, I bet that's what's going on right now. Yeah, falsify. Yeah, once again, rich people crimes don't matter. Poor people crimes are the only things that matter. You need to keep the dirty poors in line. The rich people can do as they please. Why are you salty for no reason?
Why is it good for America that one of your 46 presidents
One second. We are so back. Yeah, I have no clue what happened. Yeah, I'm looking at my end of things. It does look perfectly fine. I don't know. Okay. Do that and let's see. Yeah, okay. Anyways, what the hell was I saying? What the hell was I saying? Oh yeah, my bad. Yeah, this question is one step below when did you stop beating your wife? Okay. Yeah, sure. So why do you think Joe Biden, seconds away from beating Donald Trump to death, with Hunter Biden's huge cock, is good for the family? Is good for your psyche and also the entire country, that is a whole family. And why do you not notice that he would actually be so cool and epic and put him in the White House again because you're so lame and cringe? And also, can you explain why? Because he's such a cool guy and the prosecutor should definitely not bring any cases against him because he's so cool and epic and everybody in the country likes him except for you because you're cringe and mean. Can you explain that, please? Yeah, okay, buddy.
I happen to believe, Piers, that it's good for America when you hold the person who has the highest office in the land to the standards of the American law. And in this case, New York state law, where he committed these crimes. I happen to believe that it is a telltale sign of coming totalitarianism, fascism, skirting of the law when you allow a president to simply do whatever he wants and actually never hold him accountable. But look, the reality is this, is that these aren't crimes that were on the books in every single state. These are crimes that are on the books in New York state, as we talked about, all right? And so he knew exactly what was doing. In fact, this is the most important part, is that David Pecker of the National Enquirer refused to keep on paying his hush money payments because the dude was tired of getting paid back in expired Trump stakes, and he was like, no, I'm not going to do it this time, especially not with a porn star. And so Michael Cohen had to do the payments on behalf of Donald Trump. Michael Cohen already spent 3 years mostly on house arrest, but he was already sentenced to 3 years over this. This is squarely Trump's making. This has nothing to do with his base. It has nothing to do with protecting American democracy like happened on January 6th, according to them. This has to do with Trump making his bronzer-stained bed with a porn star, trying to cover it up, and then getting caught doing it.
And out of interest,
you know what's also incredibly wild is that she's literally the only person. She has to fight tooth and nail on this panel because Piers Morgan put together a group of people who all want to suck Trump's dick, including himself. But only one person who has any stance whatsoever contrary to that belief. It's gagger, slopper, choker, and slinger. But only one person here who has like a semblance of it. It's actually just a full, this is actually what it's like when you walk into a room in Skyrim, you know what I mean? Like it's full of NPCs. There's only one person at the keyboard. It's a circus, yeah. It's actually a circus. We got swallower, slobber, gagger, choker, and one person who's not an NPC. Wild how that works out. Yeah, Glazer.
before I go to Michael, out of interest, why is Bill Clinton able to have sex with an intern in the Oval Office when he's president and lie to the American people about it on national television? And why is he able to pay off Paula Jones $850,000, 4 times as much, 5 times as much as the Trump payment to Stormy Daniels, to get rid of a sexual harassment claim, again, while he's president? And he has no criminal court recourse for that. Why
are those crimes? For what he got impeached. And 2, are those crimes? Is having sex with a porn star is having sex with a woman and lying in the Oval Office a crime? Dude, every single president would be in jail if lying was a every single president would be in jail if lying was a crime. Now I don't know, maybe it should be, but I'm just like, I'm sorry, chat. Did I miss something? I didn't know that Donald Trump got convicted of 34 counts of getting head. That's crazy. Did you know that that's illegal in New York? That's what? That 34 felony counts of getting head. Who knew that this was a crime in liberal New York City? I saw this opinion on Twitter, but I didn't think New York, the liberal shithole of New York City, actually made it a crime for you to fuck conservatives. That's so crazy. Felon for fellatio. 34 sloppies, and that's a federal crime. That's so crazy. That's wild to me. Oh wait, I just read the court briefing again, the sentencing. My bad. Sorry, I just read the conviction. Nothing on here says anything about having sex. Wow, it actually says falsifying business records. Maybe that's what the kids call head these days. I may be out of the loop.
Why is that deemed to be better than what happened with Trump and Stormy?
I don't think anyone is making that case, Piers. I'm
asking you, what's the difference? What's the difference?
Or any predator. The difference is that he didn't cook the books financially using his own, using back channels in order to pay.
So paying somebody off who says you sexually harassed her, paying nearly $1 million while you're the president of the United States, and then having sex with an intern in the Oval Office and lying about it, that's fine because he's a Democrat.
Well, are you stupid? I'm gonna be so honest with you. I try and be as balanced with Piers as possible, but this question, you have to be like a stupid person to ask this question. You know what I mean? You actually have to be dumb. That you have to, I don't know, you have to not be working on all of your trillions of synapses and connections and neurons in your brain just simply cannot be firing if this is a question that you ask. Know what I mean? Something has to be happening in there for you to ask this type of question. So Donald Trump got convicted for falsifying business records, but this other guy had sex. So why is that different? Okay, buddy.
Piers, only the
Francesca?
leftists in your mind are making that argument.
Sorry?
I said only the Democrats and the leftist mob in your mind are making that argument that you're opposing to it. I will say this about Stormy Daniels. I think it's incredible that she accepted $130,000 from Michael Cohen, because honestly, if I had the misfortune of sleeping with Donald Trump, no matter what the circumstances, let's say I had mad cow and then I did DMT on an empty stomach. If I had the misfortune of sleeping with Donald Trump, there is no amount of money you can pay me to keep quiet about it, because I would never tell a single soul. I would fake my own death and move to the Galapagos and pretend it.
She's better than me. I'd actually kill myself. I'm not like these other bitches. I'm actually going to do it. When I say I'm gonna kill myself, there's no joke. Okay, I 100%. I'm in the process. when I would tell you, I'd already be in the process. You know what I mean? Like the rope would already be tightening from the ceiling fan when I hit send tweet. Like, are you? You have to be joking.
Be a bird.
I mean, I would say it's very unlikely you would ever get the offer, but you do look quite like Karen McDougal, funny enough.
Oh, so I'm not cute enough to.
No, I just said you are. I think you're very much in his.
I love that line.
Actually, it's a compliment. Yes.
Yeah, it was a compliment. Go to Michael. Michael, look, I do
Actually, I don't think she's young enough for Trump. I'm going to be honest.
think there's a ridiculous double standard here that will come back and bite the Democrats for the reasons that Mark Garagos said about historically. You know, you've seen this coming a mile off, where both parties are starting to ratchet up this concept of kind of going after each other's leaders in criminal courts. I mean, you see this normally in banana republics, not in the United States of America.
I was going to talk about that once we get to the Cope segment. Oh, we should have had a bingo. Banana Republic is definitely on there. Okay. Banana Republic. This is what fascism is, from these guys. End of democracy, that has to be in there. There has to be the word Hitler in here somewhere as well. Probably political persecution. That one's got to be. Banana Republic is like the conservatives' new favorite term every time somebody says something mean about Donald Trump. It's so funny. Chat, what else should be on the bingo card? What else should be on the bingo card? Statute of limitations has to be on there. 100%. Immigrants. It's so true. The border, that has to be on there. Bill Clinton. Yeah, Bill Clinton has to be on there. George Soros. Yes, so true. I think Nancy Pelosi as well. Immigrants has to be on there. Obama. Hunter Biden. You're so right. Hunter's laptop. That's one. The Biden Koch family. The Biden Koch family. I mean Koch family. I mean crime family. Yeah, so true. Something about Fauci. Yeah, maybe Fauci as well. Litter boxes. Judge recusal. 50. Political contributions. Yeah, Mershon's $15 donation. That's true. Maybe Mexicans as well. But that may be wrapped up in immigrants, so.
And it really does worry me, as someone who loves America and loves Americans, what this is leading to. Because if all that happens in each term of office is one party trying to incarcerate the other's leader, I don't know where that leaves America in a few years' time.
Also, once again, I want to know, I asked this question on Twitter. Well, I stated something on Twitter a little earlier, and I still feel this way, but I actually have a conservative alt Twitter account on the app, specifically because it's easier for me to be able to find content from them, and I think it's interesting. But my thing is that I haven't heard a single conservative or like somebody sympathetic to Trump here explain once how Joe Biden put Donald Trump in this situation. Like, I don't get it. I was actually looking for somebody to explain on their side of the aisle how this happened, but I just don't, not a single person. The conservatives are just saying it. Conservatives and people sympathetic to Trump are just saying this. All right. They're just saying, they're just like the Democrats, Joe Biden put Donald Trump in jail. Okay. How, or like they convicted Donald Trump. How did Joe Biden convict Donald Trump? How did he do it? What if this is the alt account? That'd be funny. That'd be really I just keep her on an alt account where I follow a bunch of conservatives, so I have a different timeline because I want to see what they're talking about. You know, I don't want to be disconnected from what they're talking about, so I view it like bird watching. You know, I view it like National Geographic. I view it like how National Geographic like filmmakers like film cheetahs in the Serengeti. Yeah, I didn't want to get FOMO. I didn't want to get FOMO. Since I'm blocked by libs of TikTok, actually there was a video that she posted. I want to cover it soon about this young girl who like woke up from her parents' programmings about from her parents' programming when it comes to hating gay people. And she got really pissed that she like made a speech about how she like woke up from the programming and she's like, I don't want to hate gay people anymore. My parents are kind of mean for doing that.
Well, this will only come back to bite Democrats if they lose their grip on power, and obviously they don't think that they will. This is why President Biden the other day, when he was walking out of a press briefing, was asked, Mr. President, Donald Trump says that you are imprisoning him because he's your political rival. What do you say to that charge?
Well, I'll stop you there. We have the...
I'm sorry, but this shit was so funny. I saw people reacting to this, and it's just conservatives just like literally pissing on themselves and everybody else thinking it was so funny.
Let's play the clip.
Mr. President, can you tell us, sir, Donald Trump refers to himself as a political prisoner and blames you directly. What's your response to that, sir? Do you think the conviction will have an impact on the campaign?
I mean, you look like Jack Nicholson in The Shining.
Okay. Yeah, but listen, Biden's a little funny sometimes. I'm not gonna. He definitely has his moments. Yeah, he definitely has. Yeah, he gave a little peepo smile. It's comedy. It's absolute comedy. Obviously, all the conservatives, once they saw that, they started pissing all over themselves, got into their mouth, you know, up their nose. They started to choke on their own piss. But like most normal people thought it was absolutely hilarious. Obviously, all the conservatives are like, look, it's proof. Since he thought it was funny, like literally every other person on planet Earth, since he thought it was funny, obviously he must be obviously he must have been the guy who put him in jail, right?
At the end of that, but yeah, I mean, Michael, to pick up your point there, that's the clip you're referring to.
Yes, and it's pretty clear this is not a man who thinks that he has to be accountable to the American people. When you look at the federal charge against Trump, there was a poll that came out when that charge was brought that showed 62% of Americans think that it's primarily politically motivated. They just don't seem to care. And so this has been a ratcheting up, as we've all noted on the panel, of trends that have been built up for some years now. Some would say going back to Richard Nixon, but certainly in the early Trump campaign, the Democrats tried to stop.
Huh? Did you nod when you said the going back to Richard Nixon? Yes. Actually, presidents are above the law, and he should be able to kill whoever he wants. So true.
Him from being president by spying on him and cooking up fake intelligence, ironically enough, with Russia. That didn't work. Then they tried to throw him out by impeaching him twice. That didn't work. Then they tried to kick him out by rigging the election and changing all the voter rules, in some cases in contravention of state constitutions leading up to that election. That did get him out of office, and he did leave office, but then he didn't go away. He kept running again. So then they indicted him 4 times. Now they've convicted him. They're going to threaten to throw him in prison pretty soon. They're going to.
That's true. Everything Trump does wrong is actually the Democrats' fault. Trump has actually never done anything wrong, and it's just the Democrats being really mean to him.
To send him to St. Helena, but this has absolutely nothing.
Actually, I want to send him to Tartarus. I want to send him to Impel Down. I want to send him to Gotham Asylum. All right. I'm gonna be honest with you. That's what I personally want to do. All right. Just much different. Send him to the 9th circle. Just Cast him out.
to do with the law. As was noted earlier, at most you're talking about a misdemeanor that would have already expired under the statute of limitations. I'm not even convinced that there was really a misdemeanor that Trump committed. So my fellow panelist here is celebrating that the rule of law has been vindicated and overturned 234 years of American.
Yeah, okay, like you can, if you were on the jury, then you would have like left it as a hung jury, but unfortunately you weren't, and everybody else thought that that wasn't the case. So
Legal tradition. I would challenge her to see if she could possibly articulate how and what crime Trump committed, because so far Alvin Bragg, the DA, has failed to do so. The judge in the case, Judge Marchand, has failed to do so, and they can't do it because Trump didn't commit any of the crimes for which he's been convicted.
Business
well, let's just ask quickly before I go to
34
Kevin.
counts of
Francesca,
falsifying
just on that
business
point, what crime
records.
did Trump commit?
It was financial crimes. It was white collar crimes. That is exactly
Which
what
one,
they
though?
charged him. He was convicted on.
What was the crime?
It's New York state law.
No, I understand. What was the crime?
It is New.
Francesca, actually,
I don't even like it. It is
Well, hang on,
literally
Margot.
he just got convicted on 34 counts.
Francesca, what was the crime?
Of like cooking the actual books.
What was the crime?
You are not allowed. So you are not
Falsifying
allowed
business records.
to use your own financial, like your own money, to pay off somebody, and then he logged it as something different. He logged it as just a regular payment, but he was actually paying off this porn star to keep quiet.
Well, as a business payment, but it wasn't a business. It's falsifying business records. Yeah, I mean, she should just say. I don't know why she's not saying falsifying business. She may have like she may not be remembering the term right now. Did you say impel down? I did. I think that's the jail from One Piece. Is that right? I don't read One Piece, but I have a lot of like One Piece gaggers on my timeline. So I saw that. So when Trump got convicted, they said send him to impel down, and that was the first time I ever heard of it. And I was like, that sounds funny. Yo, babe, am I still cold? You stepped away from me? I can't touch you? This one's mine? Okay. Sure. Thank you, baby. She won't let me touch her anymore. Chat. My girlfriend won't let me touch her. Now she's making excuses about it. Chill.
Which, if he hadn't been running for president, would not have mattered, but he was, and so it impacted campaign finance laws in New York State. Okay, that is what Juan Merchan just oversaw this. Alvin Bragg brought these charges because Michael Cohen in Sixer was already sentenced to 3 years to do it.
Let's just go before Kevin. I'll be very, very, very patient. I will come to you.
Look, I'm no expert. Let me just say, hang on.
No,
Michael,
You are
Francesca,
no expert.
by the
That's
way.
right. The campaign finance law is a federal law.
Hang on,
Anyway.
Francesca. I want to go to Mark. You're the lawyer. Is anything Francesca just said, is that actually the crime?
Look, let me just say, I like Francesca a lot. And we probably agree on 80% of our worldviews. However, Francesca, the way you just described it, call me afterwards and I'll educate you, because that's not what happened. There was no theory that was given to the jurors. The jurors were told it could have been campaign finance, it could have been tax, it could have been false books. They were told they didn't have to specify, and specifically told they did not have to agree unanimously. That's what irks me. Lifelong Democrat, no fan of Trump, never voted for Trump, never will. But I will tell you, as somebody who has spent his entire career with kind of taking on unpopular causes and holding the government accountable, I have to tell you, I do that for a reason. And the reason is this kind of shenanigans, and that's the best light I can spin it on, in the criminal courts has no place in a federal election.
No, I agree.
The campaign finance laws were federal, not state, and the state laws had nothing to do with it.
I want to go, hang on. I want to go to Kevin. Been waiting very patiently. Kevin, you are a very successful businessman, as Trump has obviously been in his career too. Do you think, in all honesty, if you were caught up in something like this, and I'm not for a moment suggesting you would want to have a one-night stand with Stormy Daniels, but if you went down this road and ran for office, or not run for office, if you just ran for, say, to be CEO of a company, do you think it would ever have led to a criminal case? Because the argument is that a regular business...
And just... So you'll hear this argument before. I think I touched on it in our original video. Go watch that, where I covered just about everything in it. But basically what happens, you're going to hear a lot of more conservative, like more Trump supporting people talk about this, how the judge said you don't have to agree on everything. Basically what he said that they didn't have to agree on is not the crimes themselves, those crimes are something that they all have to agree on, like a unanimous agreement to be able to cast judgment on those on each individual count. What they have to what they don't have to agree on is what was the underlying charge that upgraded it to a felony, right? Like, do you believe he was doing this in order to commit another crime? What is that crime that he was trying to commit through this is something that they didn't have to agree on. What crime he committed originally that he's being charged and convicted of, they had to agree on that, but not the crime that he was going, that they believe that he was trying to do to do something else, right? That could upgrade it to a felony. They didn't have to agree on that. Those were the jury instructions. So yeah, that's what that is. But you're going to hear people say that Judge Juan Merchan told them that they didn't have to agree on all of the charges. So that's why they came up like this, because they could just think whatever they want. It's not right. Not true. Incorrect. A lie.
This guy who's not actually running for the presidency would be treated very differently, and therefore the law has not been seen to be fairly applied here.
I think half the country in the U.S. believes this is politically motivated, which is not a good thing. It's having
no, actually, about 60 to 65, almost 70% of the United States actually believe that it was a fair conviction. That's actually not true. Polls have actually been done on this. The only group of people who more than 50% believe that this was an unfair trial are actually conservatives. Literally every other group of people don't. Actually, registered Republicans. The group, everybody else outside of that, thinks that Trump was handed a fair trial and it was convicted lawfully.
more impact on the state of New York, which is seen as unstable. Whether the case has flaws in it or not will be solved for in the appellate system. So most people assume, because of the importance of this situation, that it will go through the appellate system as quickly as possible, if necessary, to the Supreme Court. In the end of the day, these things balance themselves. The damage done to New York started back in the other litigation around real estate. Quietly, large projects, those are over $1 billion, are not being started in New York currently. People are waiting until things stabilize. And I've moved projects out of New York to places like Oklahoma, North Dakota, West Virginia, Montana, Pennsylvania, much more stable environments. It's too difficult to work in that unstable environment. And the real problem is you can't raise institutional capital right now. The capital from around the world thinks New York's a little off kilter. There's something else to consider about Alvin Bragg, which I think history will prove to be correct. You've got to remember, Donald Trump only 24 months ago, in the middle of...
This is actually his little spin. This guy specifically likes going on to Fox Business and slobbering on Trump and basically saying that, oh, the Democrats and Biden have completely destroyed New York. New York used to be the financial hub of the world, but now the Democrats make it so wrong and evil, and nobody across the world wants to spend money in New York anymore because they're so mean, and they keep prosecuting people for the white collar crimes. You can't commit white collar crimes in New York anymore and get away with it like you used to.
Of the first term of Biden did not have control of his party. About a third of them were rebelling, if you want to use that word, because they were concerned about the controversy around Trump and they were looking for new leadership. And he was challenged. But something happened that changed everything, and this is the law of unintended consequences. Alvin Bragg started charging Trump, and immediately the entire Republican Party coalesced behind him almost in 48 hours. Of course, the country bifurcated into this being a political witch hunt using lawfare, as a tool, and we're still debating that. But here's what's really interesting. If Trump becomes president, I think he has a big debt to Alvin Bragg. Right. Alvin Bragg is the kingmaker. Yeah. He made Trump president by polarizing the country so much and motivating the base so much that in the last 42 hours, Trump has passed $60 million in fundraising. That's an all-time record for him. So what's happening here is this unusual time, and I understand that you may not like that as an unintended consequence if you're Alvin Bragg, but I think history will show he made Donald Trump president one more time. And that's just the way it is.
You know what? I completely agree. I think it's one of the most willful. I'll come to Francesca.
Once again, massive quote by Trump slobbers believe that people are going to look at Donald Trump and go, oh my gosh, he committed so many crimes. I want to vote for him now. Not true. The change isn't Trump non-voter to Trump voter. The change is Trump voter to Trump donator. Okay, which I also thought was incredibly funny because Joe Biden this election cycle has been running laps around Donald Trump. He's always had at least 20 to 30% more money than Donald Trump has this entire election cycle. He's raised more money than Donald Trump, a significant amount of money more than Donald Trump. He spent more money than Donald Trump. He has more money on hand than Donald Trump. His fundraisers are bigger than Donald Trump. This is the only time actually in the entire election cycle, I think last month and possibly this month now, have been the only times in the entire election cycle where Donald Trump has outraised Joe Biden, period. Like, Donald Trump fans are just nowhere near as ravenous as they used to be. And this is probably going to die off too, because conservatives have like a really poor memory. And so this probably won't last that much longer as well. And Joe Biden's probably going to go back to lapping him. Donald Trump has almost no ground game. He spends almost all of his money on legal expenses now. And even when that's another thing, that Joe Biden has spent more money than him, but Joe Biden has spent more money more effectively than him, because a large part of Donald Trump's money has actually gone to legal fees and paying his shitty lawyers than actually doing ground game stuff, knocking on doors, things along those lines. Well, Biden actually has been spending money in those areas that will probably benefit him come the election season. At the end of the day, I just don't see how this is going to be beneficial to Donald Trump. There are no polls pulling out that this is going to be beneficial to Donald Trump. Donald Trump being a criminal now is not going to make him cooler to the base. This reminds me of when Donald Trump got his mugshot in Georgia for election interference, and then conservatives came out to be like, oh, dude, black men are going to vote for him now because they're going to think of Donald Trump as being like played by the system just like them. That's why Donald Trump is going to be like their guy. And they started posting AI generated images of Donald Trump in like cornrows and saying like, blacks for Trump. The blacks are going to love Trump now. He's a criminal just like them. And so they're totally going to like start to, and now they're totally going to start to vote for him. Joe Biden has lost his grip on the blacks. Obviously that didn't work. Obviously it has not worked out for him, clearly. It's just, this is all just projection cope from them. That's completely it.
Response. It seems to be one of the most willfully stupid acts of self-harm I've seen any political party commit. You had Trump.
That's actually hilarious coming from a British person whose entire country voted for Brexit and now turned yourselves into like from like a colony, from a country that controlled like most of the world population to now almost into now like a falling nation that literally needs help from everybody else. That's very funny.
Trump right on his knees, done. And you've revived the rotting political corpse of this guy, and you've now got him roaring back to the White House. And the only thing, as Mitt Romney of all people who hates Trump and represents by absolutely the most moderate part of the Republican Party, when even he says Democrats think they can put out the Trump fire with oxygen, it's political malpractice. He's right, because the only thing that could further guarantee a Trump victory is if they try and put him in jail on July the 11th, which, by the way, I wouldn't put it past them.
Yeah, it's remarkable times. We haven't seen polls out since the verdict, and so everybody's waiting to see what happens with the unintended consequence of this in terms of just independent voters. And so here's the thing to realize. If you polled 1,000 independent voters, and they will decide the election, most people agree with that in states like Michigan, Pennsylvania, Georgia, et cetera, I bet you, and we've had the same on this panel, we're debating it,
No, actually, in the Rust Belt swing states, who actually decides the election is whether or not Democrats come out to vote, not whether or not independents vote that way. No. And also, since these goobers are doing this, since these goobers are recorded this before there were post-election polls, I mean, we can just take a look. Sorry, post-conviction polls. I mean, we can just take a look really quick. It's not really surprising, honestly. I think only stupid people would think that this is going to be some massive boon to Trump. right? In the morning consulate polls, let's see. Let's hop on 538 real quick. This sandwich is also kind of busting. Sandwich is kind of good. Mm. So yeah, here we go. Let's take a look at some morning consulate polls real quick. Okay. all through basically May and March, Donald Trump had been leading a lot of these polls, and some of them by 10, 7, 8, right? Biden came out ahead in some of these with 1 and 2. 7 for Trump though, 2, 3, 8, 1, 1. But closing in on the, like, as time goes on, Donald Trump's lead has gone from, you know, closing in on double digits and sometimes double digits to low single digits, literally 1 point. And now, and post-election, this poll was done post-election, and this is Donald Trump losing 3 points on Biden, and then back up to getting 1 more point, getting like back 2 points. But yeah, like, this has done nothing for him and possibly only lost him points. I actually don't know if there's any polls that show him gaining on Biden after this. Actually, I mean, we can take a quick look. Let's see. I have no clue who the hell these guys are. But they're sponsored by American Greatness, so they're probably Republican pollsters. I'm gonna be honest with you. Morning consulate poll. There's like some Ipsos, Reuters polls. These Emerson College polls that came out. This one's just for New York. That doesn't really mean anything. YouGov has Trump +1, but they don't have anybody else. Morning consulate's the only one that's done post conviction polls really that much. A lot of the polls now are showing like Biden +1, Biden +2, Biden +2. Some Trump +2s. I mean, we can do like Harris, I guess. Let's see if Harris has any. May 16th, Trump +8, 5, 6. Now post conviction 2, 2. So yeah, if you're going to say that this did anything for Donald Trump, the polls are right now saying that he's lost support, which is, you know, once again, these are the big brain thinkers here, the Trump slobberers. Listen, they have their finger. These guys have their finger on the pulse of the American public, guys. They totally know how people are going to feel about their possibly PDF rapist, convicted felon president getting back into the White House. People will love that. Totally. Epstein's best friend, rapist, convicted felon. That's what people want back. That's what normal people want back in the White House. Yeah, man.
99% of them have no idea what this case was about at all, and have no idea what exactly he did, and I'm not sure they care. The fact that more than half of them think it's politically motivated is unsettling. Yeah. And as I said earlier, we'll get finished off in the appellate system. But this is a remarkable time in American history, and not that great for the American brand, as you started talking about at the beginning. This is more like a Venezuela, kind of Cuba, Banana Republic story. You got the porn star. All this stuff is really not what G7 countries do to their leaders.
I completely agree. It's just fantastic. I just don't get... We see you're laughing, but Mitt Romney. It is very funny. Mitt Romney to come down so squarely on the side of Trump.
No. Mitt Romney coming down squarely on the side of Trump. He is a top Republican who supported Trump more than a lot of other Republicans, actually, still. Now, maybe if this was Liz Cheney, but the idea that Mitt Romney is even close to Liz Cheney, okay? Oh, even Mitt Romney saying something. Yo, even one of the top Sorry, I'm coughing. It's the microplastics that's in my throat. I need to swallow it down so it gets to my balls quicker. 1 second. Perfect. Oh, they're gonna be sitting in there for generations. Anyways, even top Republican Mitt Romney doesn't doesn't agree with the Democrats. Yeah, okay, sure, whatever. Okay, buddy, yeah. The paragon of the American people, Mitt Romney, who got landslided by Obama.
I do want to just say, look, so the crimes were falsifying business records. Now, the reason I didn't know that before is because I'm not a lawyer and I'm not the journalist who is anchoring this entire show who should have told you that it was falsifying business records. Now, on the other
because
point,
those aren't felonies.
I hear you that most Americans don't care about.
They're felonies. They're misdemeanors that get upgraded to felonies in New York.
Falsifying business records. I agree with Kevin and I agree with Piers. However, I will say this. Most Americans also are very much go on gut, and they don't like that a candidate is now a convicted felon, but moreover, this candidate is someone who, and it is not the crime, however we know, cheated on his pregnant wife with a porn star in a hotel in Lake Tahoe and then bragged about it and then tried to pay her to shut up and also paid another Playboy bunny to also be quiet about their relationship.
Bill Clinton had sex with an intern
You're
in
going
the
back to Bill
Oval
Clinton because it's
Office.
the only thing you have.
Well, it's not a bad thing to have.
You're going back. No one's
Unlike
talking
Trump,
about
he
Bill
was
Clinton.
president at the time.
I don't mean to pick on Francesca too much here, but it's very telling that even the liberals who are going on television to defend this ruling have to Google in the breaks to figure out what the crime was. and even then, I'm sorry to say, misrepresent what the actual supposed crime was. Reason here that this has
it's literally not my job. I said he's cooking the books. That's the same thing.
Yeah. It's not a felony, not a crime. But anyway, that's a point for another time. The reason why even the great defenders of this conviction can't.
Cooking the books isn't a crime. Okay, but now they're just making shit up. This hope is so disastrous. Not a crime. Not a crime. What color crimes? They're not really crimes. Okay. Here are real crimes that Michael knows: being a minority, being trans, being gay, being left wing. Okay. Being an illegal immigrant. Those are real crimes. Some of them even deserve the death penalty to him. Okay? Being over 12. Some of those crimes to him even deserve the death penalty. White collar crimes don't exist. You think he believes that because the Daily Wire has been committing white collar crimes in Tennessee this whole time? It's possible.
Yes, to you as well. The reason that they can't articulate this is because it's not really a crime. That's why they had to upend 234 years of precedent for this. And it gets back to a point that you made earlier, Piers, and that you made, Kevin, which is that Alvin Bragg really overplayed his hand. Sure, he overplayed his hand to some degree, but what else were they going to do? Donald Trump was always going to be the Republican nominee in 2024. A lot of people feel that he was gypped in 2020. He's the biggest guy in the party.
We don't say that anymore, okay? That's disrespectful to Romani people. We say... I don't know, actually. Gypped has just never been in my vocabulary, so yeah, you can say screwed over. You can say screwed over, bro. Fucked. That's true. Throated. That's one. I like throated more.
It was going to happen. And Trump poses a real threat to the liberal establishment. He's not a Mitt Romney type Republican. He has different views from the so-called uniparty on things like trade, on things like immigration, and things like foreign policy and war. Trump posed a major threat. That's why they took such extraordinary measures for the last 8 years to take this guy out. They weren't able to do it politically. They weren't even really able to do it at the ballot box. So what's left? The only thing left to do is to try to throw him in prison so that he can't campaign for the election. I agree, it's backfiring.
This is not a federal case, Michael. You know that. It's not even a federal case. Why do you think that it's not a DOJ case? It's not a Biden case. It's not a Merrick Garland thing. It's New York State law. So the idea that this is somehow politically motivated is all made up in your head because what you do on your show every day is you groom your audience for fascism and you say...
Wait. What does that have to do with anything? This case has nothing to do with Joe Biden. Oh, well, the DOJ came after Trump twice. Okay. Did DOJ prosecute crimes? Okay. Sure. Not this case, is it? He lost the plot there for a second.
Them up for a complete takeover of the DOJ. This is all about allowing Trump to get away with any crime he wants, as you sort of slighted and sort of, laid out very nonchalantly just a little bit ago. He was impeached twice. Doesn't really matter that he tried to blackmail the leader of Ukraine into digging up non-existent dirt on Joe Biden, but that doesn't matter to you
Joe
or
Biden
your
threatened to withhold arms.
You want to make sure. You want to make sure that when
you're
Trump is
accusing
reelected,
me of fascism.
he can get away. He can get away
you're
with getting rid of the Department of Education.
All I would point out is that it's not my party that's imprisoning its political opponents right now. So if we're going to throw that accusation about
I was about to say, one of the key tenets of fascism is you imprison your political opponents.
Who's in prison? Yes, please. She's cooking 100%. And also, who's in prison? Oh, they're fascist. We all know fascism, it's left wing, okay? Because I don't like it, and I'm right wing. So if I don't like it, it must be right. It must be left wing, okay? So fascism, it's left wing, and it's also when your political opponents commit crimes and get tried for those crimes, because that's what fascism is. Fascism is when the guy I'm running against gets convicted of crimes. So true.
We come back to Mark Garagos. I want to play a clip from Donald Trump at the weekend. This is talking to...
She should have asked the question again. She should have had them answer. You saw how they all slid past the question? Like, who's in prison? Who's in prison? Anyways. Silence, silly woman.
Fox and Friends. We talked about the prospect of maybe going to jail.
The judge could decide to say, hey, house arrest or even jail. It could face what that could be.
I'm okay with it. I saw one of my lawyers the other day on television saying, oh, no, you don't want to do that to the president. I said, you don't beg for anything. You just, the way it is. I don't know that the public would stand it, I'm not sure the public would stand for it. With a...
tried house arrest or...
I think it would be tough for the public to take. At a certain point, there's a breaking point.
Now, Mark, the question I was going to ask you is that a lot of people think the way Trump has been trashing the judge, the court, the process and everything night after night when he comes out to TV cameras, that under normal circumstances, you could trash talk your way into a prison sentence. Is that remotely possible here?
Yeah, so that's actually a great question, because that's another way that the criminal justice system has been has been treating Donald Trump way better than your average person. I'm sorry, but if you attack the judge's daughter multiple times, lie constantly to the court and the prosecution, then yeah, you would definitely be put in jail. Like, the fact that they only give him gag orders and they haven't been fining him and they haven't given him a prison sentence for the way that he's been acting in jail is genuinely hilarious, and proof that they're treating him with kid gloves this entire time. But conservatives don't want to believe that, because Donald Trump is actually physically, metaphysically, spiritually, and idealistically incapable of doing anything wrong. And if he does do something wrong, it doesn't matter. And if it does matter, it's not his fault. And if it is his fault, then the Democrats made him do it, and they shouldn't even really care about it, because like, it's fascism to convict your political opponents, you see.
Well, let me give you legal analysis, and then I'll give you the political. There is no instance I can think of where you're convicted of 34 felonies in state court in America, in any jurisdiction, while you are found in contempt 9 times and a judge threatening to put you in jail, where when you're convicted, the judge doesn't remand you, meaning put you in jail right there pending sentencing. Obviously, that was not going to happen here. Obviously, at least to me politically, this judge is not going to put him in jail on July 11th. I don't even think he's going to give him house arrest. My friend Alan Dershowitz suggested something that I had not thought of. I have been speculating that the judge will give him 30, 60, or 90 days in jail, but stay it pending the appeal. Alan thinks that he will impose a state prison sentence of, say, 2 years and just hang it over his head. And that's somewhat diabolical, because if you've got that state prison sentence over his head and he does not win the election in November, there's all kinds of mischief that could happen after that. So
that would also be really funny. Actually, I like that. They should do something like that. Hang. Ew, Dersh. Yeah, that guy who has questionable views on the age of consent. Yeah, that Dershowitz guy. I kind of like that one. I personally like the option that would put Donald Trump through the most amount of psychological torment. That's just me personally. I'm a little bit of a diabolical guy like that. That's just me. But with all things said, I think I don't think that he would go to jail. If you act this way in court, and you have and you get convicted of 34 felonies of like white collar crime even, and you don't go to jail, that's just proof that he's being treated more it's just complete proof that he's being treated more favorably by the court system than your average person would. But I will say that's just, you know, the way things goes, right? That's just the way things go here. I think he's probably just gonna, I mean, I just think that he should probably get some community service or something. I can see him getting community service. You know what might be even more degrading than going to jail? It would be helping poor people. You know what I mean? Being the type of guy who has to like go to work at a soup kitchen, like actually getting a job for the first time in his life. I think that'd be crazy. Welcome to hell, golden toilet boy. Pick up your apron. Seeing Donald Trump in a hairnet, I think that would kind of go crazy.
I don't think, if I'm a betting man, I don't think he's going to go into jail or into custody on July 11th. If he was somebody other than Trump, he would be in custody right now.
I mean, Kevin,
yes, that's a really important point, and everyone needs to remember that.
Yeah, it is an important point. Kevin, you know, just again, I'm across the pond at the moment, but I love America, and this is just this whole idea that we're even discussing the possibility of
I sentence you to 11 to 7, 5 days. I sentence you to having a normal job. Oh, can you imagine? He has to work at McDonald's for like a month. Holy. I think he might actually die. Oh, can you imagine if he had to be like a Walmart greeter or something? He had to be like one of those elderly Walmart greeters.
Incarcerating an American president. I made a point the other day that if it was for running an illegal drone program that killed thousands of innocent people, or it was wholesale corruption on a very serious scale at the heart of government, you know, something of that magnitude, then okay, I'd understand taking action against an American president. But the idea that Trump is going through all this and may end up with a suspended sentence or a hung sentence hanging over him, whatever it may be, as Mark just articulated, the idea that an American president, left or right, is facing this potentially happening in 6 weeks' time, in election year, I mean, it sends a...
Bro, I'm sorry. You can say it as dramatically as you want, but it's not going to change the fact that he committed crimes and he had to pay the price for them. Like, a U.S. president, left or right, in an election year by his political opponents when he committed a crime that are now felonies right now, right here in America, USA, 2024 election cycle. Donald Trump, like, okay, we get it. You want to hold his cock in your mouth and kind of swish it around. We get it. We understand. On a Monday. We get it. We understand it. Sure, buddy. Yeah, this is so funny. 4 rich men shocked that rich guy isn't above the law. Genuinely remarkable, isn't it?
A shudder down my spine, if I'm honest, because I don't know what it makes America as a country.
Well, it has never happened before.
Dude,
in a G7
we're literally
country,
fucking like one of them damn
once, I
brown
believe,
countries.
In a G20 country, but I think was acquitted. This isn't really about Trump anymore, from the perspective you're talking about. It's about the American brand. It's about the executive. It's about the White House. It's about the American economy. It's about people's perception about investing in it. There's a pretty big discomfort, and I know this from both Democrats and Republicans. There's many outcomes of this sentencing, but I don't think anybody contemplates that he would be jailed. That would not go over well, I think, at all. From just a... I don't think that would be... This judge has a huge responsibility on his shoulders because it hasn't been tested by the appellate court. So it would be wise, perhaps, to be very, very lenient, and I would suggest probation maybe or something less so that he can go on with the political process of running, his Republican conference, decide if he's going to be and who his vice president is going to be, and setting up for the election just months away at that point. And as many have said on both sides of the party, let the people decide this situation on November 5th. Right. If they make Trump... Actually, guys, if you're running for political office, you shouldn't be held responsible for any of your crimes. And if you just lose the election like you were going to anyways, then that's your real punishment, which is being
which is just losing an election. You should never actually be convicted of anything. Like, come on.
President again, then we're talking about the Oval Office. We want to be careful not to get in his way as he governs the land. I would have thought bringing the porn star case after the election would have been better. It was really unusual to listen, and I was in London, where you are, talking to sovereign wealth and institutional investors. As you know, I'm trying to buy TikTok, so I'm trying to line up a syndicate. And Stormy Daniels' testimony was embarrassing, talking about condoms and penis size and.
That's true. She did say he has small PP syndrome. That was actually, I think that's what actually pushed the jury in his favor, in her favor, which is the small PP allegations that really stuck and didn't really it didn't help his case. It didn't help his case. He does have small hands after all. Hate to see it. Hate to see it. Hate to see it. Hate to see it.
What does that have to do with state finance or federal finance law? It has nothing. It was really trashy and not at the level you would want to brand a G7 or G20 country. And I think most people are embarrassed about it, to be honest.
I agree with you. And talking of TikTok, Trump joined it, Francesca, at the weekend. He got 3 million followers immediately. But also, this happened at the UFC.
Wow, guy. Holy crap. Former president of the United States, known for yapping, gets followers on TikTok. That's crazy.
Fight. Dana White let him out. And this is just after he's been convicted of 34 counts of this.
Holy crap. Guys whose favorite sport is watching guys get punched in the head like Donald Trump. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Crime. Take a look at what the crowd reacted was.
Pretty cool for Sean Strickland to have a moment there with Donald Trump after a win.
I wish Donald Trump would grip my sweaty back too. Fuck.
President Trump, you're the man, bro. It is a damn travesty what they're doing to you. I'll be donating to you, my man. Let's get it done.
I mean, that followed the entrance. Sorry, Mark?
By the way, Piers, if I have spent the last 2 days having people talk to me at a conference I'm at, telling me that one of the phenomenons on TikTok, as Kevin invoked it, is people saying, I'm voting for the felon, I'm voting for the felon.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, this. But you want a poll? I'll give you a poll. Take a look at what's happening there at the UFC fight and take a look at what's happening on TikTok.
Yeah. I mean, we're watching the end. This is when he came in.
This is something that I once again, I hate to be the one to say it, but this is something only stupid people think. I remember after Donald Trump lost the election in 2020, that Republicans were going out and talking about, look at the views that Donald Trump pulls on YouTube versus the views that Joe Biden pulls on YouTube. And don't you think it's kind of crazy that Donald Trump gets more views, yet he lost the election? Because they genuinely think that views and follows on social media equate to like voters in the real world. Okay, like if this, I mean, it's just stupid. It's just kind of stupid, right? It's quite dumb, actually. And they genuinely couldn't imagine the fact that he lost because he got more views on YouTube than because his inauguration speech got more views on YouTube than Joe Biden's inauguration speech. This is something that you have to explain to conservatives that they really won't understand, is that like a lot of like more left-wing people are in the real world, and a lot more conservatives are very loud online. They are the very definition of loud minority. Conservatives are the definition of loud minority. They call themselves the silent majority, but they're actually the loud minority. It's very funny how they believe the world is the exact opposite of how it actually works in many regards, especially when it comes to politics in this way. Seem pretty online leftist. I said left wing in general, for one. Are there some sects of the left that are more online than in the real world? Sure. I said left wing in general. I was lumping in everybody left of center. Yes. Lady, what do you think about Donald Trump getting the people with brain damage vote? Donald Trump locks in the people with brain damage vote. Holy shit.
I mean, the place went completely nuts. And the trouble is, Francesca, I spend a lot of time in New York and LA. I have a place in LA and spend a lot of time working in New York. But I also do a lot of crime documentaries, ironically, which take me down to rural Florida, rural Texas, Alabama, places like that. And let me tell you, none of them agree with you. They all agree with that crowd at the UFC. And if I was a Democrat, I'd be quite unnerved that you've thrown the kitchen sink.
I went to rural areas and they like Donald Trump. Thoughts? No. I'll have you know, bumfucks in rural Florida don't agree with you. Okay. All right. Sure. The Democrats should be really scared that rural Alabama has risen up against them. Okay, sure. I bet there's going to be a real loss of the rural Alabama vote this election cycle. I'm going to be honest with you. For Democrats, yeah. This is a big who cares question.
This guy, and this is how a lot of the public are reacting.
Yeah. No, I mean...
Okay. Did he ask a question? Wait.
They all agree. Take me down to rural Florida, rural Texas, Alabama, places like that. And let me tell you, none of them agree with you. They all agree with that crowd at the UFC. And if I was a Democrat, I'd be quite unnerved that you've thrown the kitchen sink at this guy. And this is how a lot of the public are reacting.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I guess I'm glad that you're not a Democratic strategist, I guess. I mean, the Democratic strategists the Democrats have enough shitty strategists, so I guess I'm glad that you're not another one of them. All right. Sure. If I was a Democratic strategist, I would totally be so scared about the rural Wyoming vote that is going to be lost because of this, because Donald Trump got himself convicted of 34 crimes. All right. Sure. Okay, I guess. All right. Yeah, like 60% of the country agrees with the verdict. It's just cool. Cool.
I mean, it makes sense that he'd be cheered at UFC. I mean, you know, it's a sport full of actors, and we have this guy who's been pretending to be a serious politician for years now. Look, the
they're not
one thing about that interview he gave to Fox News,
you're not besmirching UFC. Hang on, fact check. You're thinking of WWE, the actors. The UFC, they're real fighters.
Yes. Oh, sorry. I don't have. Cool. Good. I'm glad. Look.
Yeah. See, actually, I think it would mean more if WWE fighters came out in support of Donald Trump than it would, like, all the WWE fighters actually genuinely came out in support of Donald Trump rather than UFC fighters, because the UFC fighters are the ones that actually get punched in the head. Like, those are the guys with actual brain damage out there supporting Donald Trump. The WWE guys just pretend to be getting brain damage constantly. I think so. I would actually care more personally. That's just me though. I went to a Joe Rogan meetup, and everybody there doesn't agree with you. What do you think about that? Curious, is it not? All right.
There's a big difference. One is acting, one is hardcore elite fighting. They're very different things.
I don't have video feed, but I bet it's dope, and I stand corrected, Piers. But I will say this, with the interview that he gave on Fox and Friends, I do think it matters, because what he said was the American people aren't going to stand for this. And in some ways he's saying, you know, he's warning Judge Merchan, and I sort of agree that I don't think Judge Merchan, even though all y'all think that it's some sort of political hit job, they're not going to put him in jail. Sadly for me, I hope they give him some sort of like community service soup kitchen situation. I'd love.
Oh my gosh, twins. Wait, somebody said pre-watched earlier. Somebody said pre-watch. Is that what you meant? Because I felt I didn't know what I don't know what I was talking about earlier, and somebody just like wrote all caps pre-watch, and I was like, what is this fucker on about? I guess that's what they were talking about. She's so watching her stream. That is true. She's stealing all my bits from stream. Crazy, isn't it?
Just see that whatever is on his head in a hairnet, that'd be incredible. Or just like make him work one day in his life, just a single day, maybe on minimum wage. I'd like to see what you do at like a Home Depot, you know, or just like do a landscaping job from one of the many immigrants that you want to deport from this country. And
So
that would
fucking true. Can you imagine if Donald Trump had to try to operate a zero-turn lawnmower? I think he might kill himself. Could you even imagine Donald Trump even attempting? You remember when he hopped in that tractor and he had to pretend how to drive it? There's no way, bro can activate. There's no way bro can turn on a zero-turn lawnmower. There's no way. You said the hairnet thing too? She's actually watching my stream. This is crazy. What is going on? They could work at the DMV. Can you imagine? Oh, make him. Oh my gosh, could you imagine Donald Trump having to get a job at like having to get a job at like Waffle House, and he has to stop a fight?
More of a punishment than actually sitting in a jail cell. But what he was really saying is, hey, American people, basically stand up for me. In effect, do another January 6th for me. And we all saw what happened, no matter what you think of that day, which I'll remind you, so many Republicans distanced themselves from what happened that day. But the other thing that happened is all these folks who loved Trump, who
I love the cope from January 6th. I think that one has to be my favorite. It went from, we're crossing the Rubicon, we're crossing the Delaware, this is gonna be our 1776, 2020 is gonna be the new 1776, we're overturning the government, woo! To, holy shit, everybody's a Fed. They're looking over their shoulder. Everyone's a Fed. Everyone's a Fed. Every single person's a Fed. Actually, they're all leftists and Feds. They were made to make Donald Trump look bad. Yeah, we did it, but it wasn't actually trying to overturn the government. And we actually like it too, but it's not trying to overturn the government. And if we did, you deserved it. The changing of like what's going on there was just so funny. It's so silly.
followed him, who believed in him, were arrested and then charged, rightfully so, for trespassing, for rioting, for threatening the lives of Congress people. And Trump has faced absolutely no music over that. And of course, if Judge Eileen Cannon gets her way, he might never actually face the music until after the election.
He's been charged with very serious crimes in relation to that. That won't happen before the election. Instead,
what was that? What were the crimes that he was very seriously charged with pertaining to the election? What was that? I'd like to know. Sorry, not pertaining to the election, pertaining to January 6th specifically. I'd like to know. Has the Shark Tank guy spoken? Yeah, last time he spoke, he said that him and his buddies are trying to buy TikTok from the Chinese so he can disseminate like conservative propaganda and try to influence the minds of young people.
Democrats collectively, through political reasons and legal reasons and so on, came up with the mad idea of going first with the Stormy case. And that has been a total disaster because no one takes it seriously. Michael Knowles, final point to you. Trump said, my revenge will be success. These are bad people. And he said, it's going to be success will be the best revenge. Do you think that's how this plays out?
It's the only way that it can play out. Because, as I think most of us on the panel have accepted, there's not going to be some fair legal conclusion to all of this. The only way that this plays out is if the political system in America is not wholly corrupt. It's only substantially corrupt. Biden smirks when he jokes about jailing his political opponents, but it's not wholly corrupt. And the
I'm sorry. I know you think that this guy getting convicted of 34 like super low level felonies is probably the worst thing to ever happen in the country. But I'm telling you that most normal human beings think it's really funny. Have you guys talked to anybody recently about this, or have you overheard anybody talk about this? Because I've heard people talk about it, and everybody says that it's really funny. Like everybody who I've seen talk about it are like, this is hilarious. He's a clown, and it's really funny. It's either that or conservatives going like, this is the worst thing to ever happen to humanity. It's like it's only those two things, right? And a lot of the people who I've seen talk about it, like people my age, a lot of them just think it's really funny. And a lot of people are like, this isn't even, they're focusing on this one, but I'm telling you, I don't think they gave this type of time to when Donald Trump was convicted of being a rapist. when he has when he was convicted of raping a woman. They're spending a whole lot more time talking about this conviction than the last one. And I really think there's a reason for that. Oh, boomers are absolutely molding, but it's not like they've changed their vote or anything. Yeah, boomers molding, zoomers pogging. That's usually how it works. I'm going to be honest with you.
American people can bring enough civil pressure to bear to push this guy back into the Oval Office. That is going to be the only way that this ends.
If he doesn't win the election, Michael will absolutely respect the results of.
Well, you know what he'll say,
Biden,
Francesca?
correct?
And this time with good reason. He'll say, hey, for 2 months of the election year, when I should have been campaigning, I was being put through a criminal court trial over having sex with a porn star 20 years ago. And
oh, yeah. You know what? But you guys said it was all gonna boost him up. You all were gassing him up, and you said that it's going to go from Biden +1, Trump +1 to Trump +30 in the polls, because now he's a convicted felon and convicted rapist, and the American people love that shit. Like, come on, like, which one's it gonna be? Is it gonna be, oh, he's just a little baby and all the Democrats were too mean to him, and that's why he was never able to actually campaign or anything, because he's spending all of his time like worrying about all that, or is it this is gonna completely boost him up and he doesn't even really have to campaign anymore because like the Democrats are doing it for him, and all the Americans hate the idea of their president being treated so poorly. Like, come on. Come on, stop the cope. This is literally situational cope. You know what this is like? This is like if these, I say political chameleon sometime, but this is kind of political octopus in my personal opinion. This is like if there was like a political octopus, you know, where you can change your color and shape just depending on the situation that you're in. They change the cope depending on the situation. They're so adaptable. They can surely survive a mass extinction event, I'm sure. Wild, remarkable cope from,
you know what?
coming from these guys.
More people will have empathy with him this time than when he falsely claimed he had the 2020 election stolen from.
Okay, yeah, they can empathize their ass to the I don't fucking care line. It's like, good, have fun. They can cry me a river and like empathy their way to the who gives a fuck. That's what it seems like to me. Don't want to be a hater though. O'Leary says, let the people decide. And Francesca shakes her head no while accusing Michael Knowles of fascism. So true. She worked at Al Jazeera while promoting LGBT rights and received a payment from Qatar, who punishes LGBT people and denies them rights. Take everything she says with a grain of salt. What does that have to do with anything? I would rather vote for an innocent man charged as a felon than a guilty man immune to prosecution. Okay, buddy. Well, I mean, have fun. Have fun with that, I guess. Oh, they had Chank on like a couple of days ago. Oh no, this might be a little hilarious. Wait a second. I want to switch over to
Former
Alex
President
Jones,
Donald
but
Trump is a convicted felon.
I kind of want to give this a little look because this one might be a little funny. But Chank kind of makes me upset when he speaks sometimes, so we just have to see. Could this help Trump in the White House?
His base. We saw last night that the funding websites were literally breaking down because people were donating so much money. Could this not have the complete opposite effect that at the moment gleeful Democrats hope, which is that it might propel him back to the White House?
Yeah, there's a lot to unpack there, I think. Starting with the end, of course
people.
It could believe in the rule of law, even for presidents.
Okay, Cenk Uygur, you were also not nodding vigorously through my monologue. And here's the point I would put to you on the back of what Emily just said. You know, I remember Bill Clinton having sex with an intern in the Oval Office while he was president. I remember him paying off another woman, I think $800,000 over harassment allegations she made against him. What I don't remember is Bill Clinton, despite all that, ever appearing in a courtroom and being criminally prosecuted. And I think this is the problem that Democrats are now going to face, which is the apparent, obvious double standard. It's not to defend anything that Trump has done. It's simply to say, why?
Listen, if every single politician who gets prosecuted because they're for doing something wrong by their political opponents, why are you blaming Bill Clinton? Just blame Republicans for, like, I don't know why you would bring this up. Republicans apparently failed to get together and throw Bill Clinton in jail, but the Democrats aren't stupid like the Republicans. So they gave Donald Trump the death penalty, like they should have originally. So I don't know, why is this Bill Clinton's fault? You know, just blame the Republicans. They should have like killed. I guess they should have like done away with him like they should have before. Like, okay, all right.
Why is he the one who's
oh my gosh, is that actual George Santos? I don't know. He's fallen so far from grace. I completely forgot that he was even here. I actually didn't even notice him. He isn't in the thumbnail. That's so funny. Who is this guy? Why'd they put this guy in the thumbnail? Who is that guy?
Singled out for this treatment, given that Bill Clinton and others on the Democrat side were never treated this way.
Yeah, Piers, I'm bilingual. I speak both populist and establishment. So in this case, I think that both sides have a point, but often misstated. So first of all, does the establishment target people that challenge its power? Yes, it does. So it'll go against populist left and populist right. It'll try to do cancel culture. Whenever it wants to target someone, it'll dig and dig and dig. So I've been the victim of that. A lot of people have been the victim of that. But in my case, for example, they dug and found absolutely nothing. So they had to go to jokes from 19 years ago, jokes. So that's when you know someone's as clean as a whistle. But the minute you dig under Donald Trump, just a giant number of crimes spring up because he's a lifelong con man and he's a lifelong criminal. So I think that but at the same time, MAGA has an instinct that isn't wrong. So let me explain that, because the people in the establishment and Democrats can't understand this for the life of them. Look, guys, and MAGA gets a part of it wrong too, which is that Donald Trump actually wasn't going to be charged with any of this stuff as long as he didn't run for president again, even though he did all of these crimes. Taking those top secret documents home is mental. It's insane. Of course, his biggest crime is that he had the false elector scheme to do a coup against America. And in this particular case, did he?
And he's a rapist.
Do this crime, indisputably so. That's why it was so easy for the jury. And you mentioned that Michael Cohen is a convicted felon. Yeah, he was convicted for this same exact crime. They're co-conspirators. This is a serious case. Falsifying business records. Alvin Bragg, as you asked.
Yeah, you're not answering my question, which is why is it one rule applied to Trump, but a very different set of rules applying to Bill Clinton, who committed what I would argue were far worse offenses, frankly, than what Trump did in the Stormy Daniels case.
No, Piers, what you're missing.
Did nobody correct him on this, or is this just something that he just wants to simply believe that? I want to know, what would they put Clinton in jail for? Does he actually think that Clinton would be arrested for getting head? Is that it? To the gulag with him. So Clinton in the defendant's chair, like, so no head?
Understanding is that there's two.
The problem was Clinton lied under oath. Oh, is that what he's talking about? Like lying? Okay, then why is he like, why is he bringing up having sex then? Because he brought up having sex in the White House. He thinks like he's bringing up having sex in the White House, not lied under oath. I don't think he's ever said lied. Piers has not said lied under oath here once. So I mean, once again, if he was he held responsible for lying under oath at all? I don't know. Blame the prosecution, I guess. He should have, like, I guess he should have been held accountable. If he didn't, I don't know why you're bringing that to me. Oh, why didn't this guy get away with the crime when he should have? I don't fucking know. He shouldn't have then, I guess. Conservatives want to imprison everyone who fucks. That's true. A lot of you saw a lot of them get mad at the idea that a lot of women don't want to have sex with conservatives. Now they want to imprison people who fuck. Sad world we live in, isn't it, chat? Yeah, I killed 300,000 Americans. Killed 300,000 for oil. Clinton's crime was, yeah, I mean, like, okay. I just don't know what this question is for.
Two different sets of rules for the powerful and the powerless. So the powerless will be convicted, will be tried on all these crimes. The powerful are never tried on any of these crimes. What MAGA and you are complaining about is, oh my God, Donald Trump is being treated like a normal person instead of one of the elites. If you're one of the elites, you're allowed to make violations. You're allowed to break all these laws.
Jake, you're not listening. That's not what I'm putting to you. I'm putting to you.
That's exactly what you're saying.
No, I'm asking you why Bill Clinton was never put through a criminal court mincer, given what he did, many would argue, was worse.
Piers, not even close to worse. That's
really?
Look, Piers, yes,
having sex with an intern in the Oval Office and then lying about it to the American people, paying off Paula Jones hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Oh, once again, yeah, I'm saying, I know you're bringing up like lying under oath. He's not bringing up lying under oath. I don't think he cares about the lying under oath, or he just doesn't know. He just might not know. This might be a talking point that he literally just saw somebody comment under one of his tweets on Twitter, and he's like, shit, exactly. That's a good point, and he just brought it up. I actually don't think he even knows that lying under oath was the big thing that was the big problem when it come to Clinton, right? That anything that could have been like a legal issue. Both of the crimes are technically not that bad. I vote for the chair. But no, I mean, like, yeah, I just think I don't know if he knows. He's British. Okay, but like he has a talk show talking about American politics though, right? He's the one who brought up Clinton.
Settle a harassment case. You don't think that's at
not
least
illegal.
as bad,
That's
if not
not even
worse?
close to illegal.
Trump had a one-night stand with a porn star 18 years ago. Who cares? He wasn't running for president then.
Of course.
He was a business guy.
Piers, you're not, okay, listen. Back when Clinton was being impeached, etc., I was a Republican. But as always, I was unbiased. And I said, we started on a real estate deal. It turns out he didn't do anything wrong in the real estate deal. Now we're going into his personal life.
He's
and
feigning.
Then you dig and dig. Oh, well, you denied the affair when you...
Can somebody please just say that getting head in the Oval Office isn't a crime, and the crime was falsifying business records? If he just paid some woman money, then that wouldn't be a crime. Like,
he actually had the affair. Oh, what was he going to do? Admit it? And I was like, guys, this is a fishing expedition. But what I'm trying to explain to you, Piers, is that if you go on a fishing expedition on Trump, which I think they did, they weren't going to.
What is this? Just say that. Oh my gosh, this is why I'm kind of like, this one might make me mad.
When Bill Clinton does it. Yes, you did.
You didn't.
Yes,
you
you
said
did.
that he paid off Paula Jones. That's not a crime. That's not even close to a crime.
Okay, clearly not if you're a Democrat.
That's just settling a case.
Okay, so when Trump settles a case, it's a crime. When Bill Clinton does, it's not.
But that's not. Wait a minute.
Even though in Bill Clinton's case, hang on. Even though in Bill Clinton's case, it was,
you know he falsified business records, right?
It was in Bill Clinton's case, it was for sex.
Oh my gosh! Oh, thank God! 12 minutes into the video, somebody finally said the actual thing that he was convicted of. Oh my gosh, it's happened! Oh my Lord! Why did it take so long? Why is it? What's going on here? What's happening on Piers' show? Why does nobody talk like? Why did it take so long to get here? Why are we waffling for so long on all of this? Holy crap. 12 minutes into the video, we finally got what happened. Yeah, he do be a little bit of a rapist, don't he? I'm not caught up with everything Clinton did, okay? I think I was born at the tail end of the Clinton administration, so I never really did any like research into him. I'm gonna be honest with you. I know very loosely about all of that type of stuff. Very, very loosely about all that type of stuff. So maybe I need to look into it sometime. But I'm just not caught up with all the Clinton stuff myself. I'm not a geezer, so I didn't live through his administration really.
Sexual harassment. In Trump's case, it was simply a payoff to keep a porn star quiet. Again, I say that the allegation that Paula Jones made was more serious.
No, listen, you're wrong on the facts. Settlement is not a crime. Even sexual harassment is not a crime. You can say it's terrible, it's not a crime. So in the case of Donald Trump, falsifying business records is definitely a crime. 34.
Oh my gosh, finally he said it. Oh, I don't know why it took like all this time to finally get here. How long were they talking about this? Like 4 minutes, and now we finally got to him being like, oh yeah, like the actual crime that we're talking about here. Thank God. Hallelujah.
People went to jail for it under Alvin Bragg.
Okay.
So why should Donald Trump be above the law?
Okay.
Here's, you're literally saying, even if you were right and Bill Clinton was quote-unquote above the law, you're saying, well, Donald Trump should be above the law. He should be able to break any law he likes because he's one of the elites.
Okay, I'm going to come to George Santos. I don't think it serves the American national interest to see a president, one of the 46 people to hold this incredible office, dragged through a criminal court over something so comparatively trivial that would.
Okay, so yes, once again, Donald Trump should be above the law because he's a president. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And this is something that you need to understand when it comes to these people. They're going to complain about this constantly. Their real position is Donald Trump is above the law. Donald Trump should be able to do just about whatever he wants, as long as I personally don't think that it's necessarily that big of a crime. It has to reach the level of harming a presidential candidate. It has to reach the level of harming the country, because that's what holding a presidential candidate accountable for their crimes is like. So I don't know what crime Donald Trump is different from every single person. You ask 100 people, they're going to give you 100 different crimes. For some of them, if Donald Trump actually literally killed someone on Fifth Avenue, some of them don't actually even believe that he should be held accountable for that, because he's a presidential candidate, and holding a presidential candidate accountable for their crimes just tampers with tampers with elections enough that you just don't want to. You shouldn't even be able to do that effectively. This is what Donald Trump actually argued in federal court, and even to the Supreme Court, I'm quite sure, which is that he should be able to assassinate his political opponents. He should be able to kill his political opponents, SEAL Team 6, kill his political opponents, and get away with it because he did it as a president. It's just kind of, it's a little scary. I'm like, I don't want to be that guy, but it's a little scary to me to live in a country with a bunch of people who genuinely believe that the president can kill whoever they want and or presidential candidate can kill whoever they want, commit any crime that they want in the course of being a presidential candidate or president, simply because of that position that they hold. I think that's way closer to a king in fascism than holding him accountable for some crimes. He's fine. He's fine. He's really fine. He committed those crimes, and he's fine. He's actually fine.
Just be a state misdemeanor, and it's been trumped up to be this huge felony, and it's a deliberate attempt to stop Trump winning the election. I mean, it plays right
well, you agree that his other crimes are monstrous,
Let me bring in George.
How about a coup? Is that a bad enough crime? A coup?
He's facing other...
Oh, please. I don't give a shit about any of this. Emily and George.
You don't think the Republicans are going to do exactly the same thing to the Democrats? Of course they are. And that's why I say it's not in America's national interest.
Wait a second.
Emily?
George Santos is talking about moral ground. I think I'm going insane here. The man who just got expelled from Congress for lying, repeatedly lying. You're trying to tell us what the moral high ground is here? I think, George, honestly...
Well, here's the difference. A powerful column today about how the women have all shown themselves to be very strong with Trump and the men have been spineless all around him, which is a perfectly reasonable argument to make. But again, that point, which the Republicans keep making, the double standard when it's applied to Bill Clinton in relation to Trump. You know, when you have a president, an actual sitting president, who had sex with an intern in the Oval Office and then lied to the American people and paid off a woman for sexual harassment, hundreds of thousands of dollars, but was never brought to any accountability in a criminal court for any of that, a lot of Republicans say, well, hang on, why not? Why has Trump been singled out for what, in the end, is just a similar version to what Bill Clinton did? It's a payoff to someone to get rid of a story you don't like.
Yeah, okay, so the Trump conviction was not about the payoff, and it was not about the sex, and it was not actually about the women, it was about the falsification of campaign funds. It was falsifying his...
Oh my gosh! Oh, somebody... she said it even better than Cenk. Oh my gosh! Finally someone with a brain logs on. The brain haver log... Dude, I love women, dude. The gray matter enjoyer, the wrinkle enjoyer logs on. If you put like a CAT scan, you could see the fucking ripples like a starry night sky of her neurons firing to be able to say a succinct sentence for once about what this is actually about. Holy crap. I'm actually shocked that somebody finally talked about what this is. It only took 20 minutes in this video to get here. Wow.
His business deals. You can make of that what you will. And actually, I think I would feel very similar thoughts if Bill Clinton's case were around today and we were discussing that. But I think that you're wrong to say that this is a Republican talking point, because the Republican talking points have really been set in stone for the last, 4 years? We were hearing from Donald Trump in, I remember, August, September of 2020, that the election was rigged. That was before anyone had been out to vote. He was already imagining that he would lose an election. He was preparing to tell the world that the thing that he was going to lose was rigged, so it wouldn't sound as bad for him. He's just a big fat liar and a loser. And it's really sad to hear people 4 years on still with the same narrative talking points.
I'm sorry, Emily, you don't get to say he did not say that in August.
So true. Thank you. Oh my gosh, she really is a brain haver. She's like Mandela. She's like Gandhi. He's like he's like MLK. He's like oh, he's like he's Jesus being crucified. Calm down. Loser plus fell off. He really has.
He did. He went on.
This guy's so
Emily, where do you live? Emily, where do you live?
Before he went
What the fuck? What do you mean, where do you live? Hello?
I'm curious, where do you live right now?
Clearly not paying
Emily,
attention.
I'm very curious. Emily, I'm very curious. Where do you live right now? Where do you live?
Are you coming for me? I live in the UK.
No, I'm not asking you. No, hey, I'm asking you where you live. Because if you live in the United States of America, this past 4 years has been a complete shit show. Okay? Trump can do grab him by the vagina, whatever the hell. I would much rather have the mean guy with the mean tweets and kicking ass economy, closed border than what's.
Why is he so red? Has he? Oh my gosh, he has gotten more red. Holy shit! Look how much red. Look how much more red he's gotten. Holy crap! Oh, his blood is actually boiling. He's like cartoonish, like the red was going up. There's gonna be steam coming out of his ears soon. He's literally That's so crazy. Wait, look at him slowly getting more red. We're at 2022. Holy crap! Look at the red. Oh, he's a tomato. Oh my god. Yo, he's actually a tomato, man. Dude, I told you he can. There are octopus. They can change shape and color. Holy crap. Oh, look at that little piggy. Oh, look, dude, he's fuming. He has a natural skin color here, but now, like she said something mean about Trump once, and he's literally, oh my, oh, he's actually changed colors. Ooh, wait a second, wait, can I pull this up? Wait, I gotta pull this up, wait. Oh wait, it's literally this. What the fuck? Wait, where is this? Wait, I need to find this. It's from Tom and Jerry. Wait a second. Can I find this real quick? No. Yeah, I found it. Yo, it's literally. Yo, look at him. This is literally him. He's like Tom. Spot corporate wants you to spot the difference. Oh my gosh, look at him. Oh, he looks like he's gonna pass out, man. It looks like he just got put in the chokehold. Calm down. Calm down. I promise you it ain't that serious. Shaking, steaming. Good Lord. Jesus, why is he so red? I'm telling you, right?
Hey, hang on. We've got to be joined by the eminent pollster, Frank Luntz. Frank, thank you for joining me in the studio here. Things get a little heated, as they often do. Let me just ask you, on a strict polling perspective, what has been the kind of instant fallout from all this? I mean, has there been an impact either way for Trump's chances of winning presidency?
I don't think there's been a single
poll. We did two focus groups
out.
last night, but I need to preface it. I don't know if this makes you proud. I'm watching them yell at each other and act like idiots, all sides. I know that the American people are more divided than they've ever been. I actually care about this. You're both British and American in what you do. God help the British if they become like the Americans. You think that the average American looking at this will be proud?
I actually think the whole debate around Donald Trump.
Actually, God help Americans if we become like the fucking British, dude. The British people have voted their country into the fucking Stone Age. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Oh, God help America. God help the British if we become like America. Shut the fuck up. You dumbasses voted yourselves into the Stone Age. Don't you dare to try and compare us. What the hell? This is crazy. I think I get up every day. I wake up and get on my knees and pray to God and with thanks that I'm not British. Crazy. Britain is literally the country definition of peaked in high school. I hate to be the one to say it. They are the country level definition of peaked in high school. It's actually so crazy that he'd be like, oh, I really hope that that the British don't become like us. Okay, buddy. Somebody had to say it. Someone had to say it.
Trump has become a bit like the Brexit debate in the UK. So toxic and so tribal, and so many people just lose their minds when talking about Trump. And that's why I always try and bring it back to, if I can, a sense of perspective and fairness, which is, has he been treated how...
Don't punch them while they're down. You're right, I won't. I'm stomping. I'm kicking and fucking stomping. I won't punch them while they're down. I'll kick and stomp, okay? And spit. I'm sorry, like, I'm sorry. I hate to be the one to have to say it. I hate to be the one to say it. I actually want to do a video sometime on Britain specifically. I'm joking a little bit, right? Like, a lot of people are suffering in Britain because of the policies of the like 15-year conservative rule. But like in all seriousness, I want to do a video on Britain sometime, specifically for how bad the country has fallen off due to the conservative politics that have racked the country, spurred on by racism and anti-immigration sentiment. But I think it's such a clear example of the theories that we've been talking about, specifically when it comes to how conservatives use anxiety about the country changing to gain power, then destroys the country when people realize that conservative policies will only make their lives worse. And I think nothing has shown how horrible conservative policies actually are than like post Brexit and all that stuff.
Other presidents have been treated for their own situations, like Bill Clinton, with Paula Jones to pay off, with Monica Lewinsky and so on.
So the question there is, in asking the undecided, the swing voters, people who vote Democrat and Republican, first, they do not believe these charges should have been brought. They don't think this is a big deal. The other cases are significant. This one is not. Second, they think Trump is guilty of this. The public does think that Trump is wrong. Third is that nobody wants him to go to jail over this. They don't want him. This is why the American people want to change in who the nominee is. They look at one candidate and they say, my God, he's so old. They look at the other candidate and they think, my God, he's so dishonest. And that's why over 70% of Americans don't want this matchup. The truth is...
I don't know any polls on whether or not these charges should have been brought. I haven't seen those polls, but I have seen is what he said, which is people think he committed these crimes. So I personally don't think that there's like a massive disparity between people who think he's guilty and people who don't, and people who believe that he was people who think he's guilty and people who believe that these crimes should have been brought, these charges should have been brought. I don't believe that there's like a massive drop off of people who believe that the crime shouldn't have been brought, but he is super guilty of them. I just don't believe that that's the case. But once again, I could be wrong. I guess like I haven't seen that.
Both sides, Democrats and Republicans, are trying to defend something that the American people don't want. And as someone, you and I have had a few conversations like this. This used to break my heart. Now I'd say to them, I'm not going to even say shut up, because then I'm playing their game. Cut it out. The damage that this is doing to the democracy, to the belief that democracy doesn't work, that no one's listening, that they'd rather have a food fight than actually get something done. In the end, inflation...
I actually agree and disagree. So when Frank says that, hey, 70% of Americans don't want either one of these candidates, I totally agree. I'm with the American people. So when George Santos says that Joe Biden's a
is one of Donald Trump's former lawyers.
Oh my
and is
gosh,
actually
he has so many people.
There are some.
He's one of Donald Trump's former lawyers. Okay, I don't give a shit about what he has to say. I'm sorry. People hate Trump because he loves America. So true. John Bolton. Holy crap, he's actually he's dragging out the the Trump Glazers. Do they all not have jobs? This is remarkable to me. Like John Bolton, these two other guys, like he's George Santos, he has like the troop of Trump Glazers coming out like Goombas. Looks like Satan is having a party here. This is just this is craziness. I missed the woman that was on the panel. Did they kick her off? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, the only person who had like a coherent thought in their head. Oh, they kicked her off the panel like 1/3 of the way through. Oh no, I can't watch this. Oh, I can't watch this. I can't, I'm leaving. Nah. I like my brain cells a little bit too much to continue on with that. Nah. You got me fucked up if you think that I'm gonna play that game. Absolutely not. You must be out of your dang mind. They hate this. Yeah, I don't know, in like Ooh. Oh man. I don't know, like in like with all of the women. Sorry, with two panels on this issue, and like only two people had their heads screwed on straight this entire time. And they were both women too. Hate to see it. The men really need to pick up. They need to pick it up. Oh no! Brexit kind of broke their brains a little bit, yeah. Brexit broke their entire country. It really did. Allowing Brexit to go through was probably the worst mistake that I hate to be the one to say it, but a lot of people are going to think this is a little crazy, but I promise you, I have to be the one to say it. Okay. Allowing Brexit to go through is the second worst thing that England has done for its own country, behind capitulation to Hitler in 100 years. The only thing that it falls behind when it comes specifically to the problems that it incurred onto the country was capitulation to Hitler in the last 100 years. That's the second. It's if that didn't happen, then it would be the #1 worst thing that England has done for their own country in 100 years. In 100 years. In 100 years. You know what's funny? My family in Britain moved to Ohio and Texas after Brexit made living in Britain worse. I'm telling you, they actually ruined their country. What's the background music, by the way? It goes hard. This is Vengeance of the Night from Kirby Superstar. Chat, let's take a quick break here, and then we're going to talk about Alex Jones and what was going on with him, because it's really funny. Do you have any gaming music from games that you like, that you think should that you think we should add to the playlist? Sonic Frontiers cyberspace music. Let's check out some of it. We adding music again. It's good to add more music. I added a lot of Tekken music, so I was like, we can take some time to add something more. Why not? Cyberspace. Let's see. The cyberspace OST. Whoops. You know what? Sure, why not? We'll add this one. That's not too bad. Skip. I like ones that don't have much vocals in it. Oh, Chance, thank you so much for the 43 months in a row. I really appreciate you. Hey, buddy, what you been up to, bud? What you been up to, bud? You know, I was thinking sometime getting the guys together and going on a trip. I feel like that'd be really cool to go on a trip, like a road trip or something. I'm not sure where though. We'd have to figure that one out. Trying to go camping again? You know where our asses should go camping again. I think that would be pretty badass. I would be honest. We should work on that. I think that'd be really cool. Mount Rushmore? No, that shit's way too far away. I'm trying to rush less in my life, you know? I'm trying to slow things down. I like this one. This one's nice. This is a good song. We'll add this one. Sonic games may be ass, but the good thing about them is that they always have good music to add to your gaming playlist. Kansas City? Okay, but like, why Kansas City? What the hell's in Kansas City? In Kansas City, Kansas, or Kansas City, Kansas City, Missouri? Not feeling this one. Camping in the Appalachian Mountains. You know, that one might be cool. Somewhere in eastern Kentucky might be interesting. I like this one. This one's interesting. Well, let's add one more. We kind of add one that's similar to that. Let's move on. You know, we'll go with it. A lot of this is drum and bass, which is really funny. Let's see. Wait. Sure, why not? I was kind of thinking about saying no, but I feel like I'd feel bad if somebody likes the music and I said no to putting it in the playlist, so I'll put it in the playlist. I hate to say it, but I'm actually saying no to this one. I love you though, okay? Song of the Deep. I'm not feeling this one either. I don't know. I'm just not feeling this one. I'm so sorry. It's nice, but I'm just not feeling this for this playlist specifically. You sent me a 1 hour long full soundtrack? I'm gonna have to say no to that one. Much love though. This one's kind of funky. Like this one's interesting, but like I said, I'm trying not to do ones with many, if any, vocals in them. This already will be hidden. Yeah, I'm trying not to do with any vocals though, mostly because I have to talk over them. I don't think I can play this. I think this is copyright. This is copyright. What you just sent to me? Vengeance? This seems copywritten. Unfortunately, I can't play that. That's from somebody's official music channel. Let's check it. Not feeling this one. That one's giving me big Invader Zim vibes, though. I feel that. Sonic Couleurs. This one could definitely work if it's not the extended version. Aquarium Park 1, Sonic Colors. How long is the non-extended version? Let's see. 4 minutes? We'll take it. We'll take it. There we go. You have been added. Yeah, no, if there's like a Jet Set Radio or Bomb Fuck Cybercuck, that game, if there's like one of those, sure, I'd without vocals, I'd be probably down to put one in. Thanks for checking. Yeah, no problem. Thanks for the recommendation. Never feel bad to recommend. Okay, I do appreciate it. I'm always trying to add more music. I'm trying to get this to be a big playlist. This one's kind of cute. You know what? This one's kind of cute. I think I'll add it. You kind of cute. I'll add it. It's called. We have some Cult of the Lamb in the playlist. We have some Cult of the Lamb in the playlist. I forgot where I put it, but I think I put it in there. I could probably add some more sometime. But okay, it's starting to get a little late, so let's hop to Alex Jones. What do we think? Time is it? 11:19. Yeah, let's jump to Alex Jones. Swig. Everybody can everybody take a swig real quick? Can we swig up? Chat, can we swig up a little bit? Swig is so funny. That shit is so funny. That I'll never forget looking at those clips of Alex Jones drinking like 4 packs of beer throughout his like average workday and being so sloppy about it, he starts throwing the bottles around the office room. Like, can you even imagine working for this guy? I'd have to drink that much too if I was him. Holy. I'd just be drinking that agua. Shark, please pull that vid up. I don't think I have. It's so fun. I don't have it on hand. I have to go looking for it. Let's do this, and we could probably talk about it tomorrow. I want to get through this tonight. Agua. Like 4 bottles of whiskey. Yeah, it was beers. He was chugging beers, just beer after beer after beer. He was throwing them back. It was so crazy. It was genuinely remarkable. He was completely out of it. It's so sad, man. It's so sad. Anyways, yeah, let's talk about this really quick. So a lot of you guys saw the title and thumbnail of this stream. It's very funny, I know, but some of you all were wondering what was going on. Let's talk about it for a little bit, okay? So Alex Jones, we all know him, the well-known conspiracy theorist who's in the news right now for denying the Sandy Hook tragedy. This guy who was let back onto Twitter, and I think it was a horrible idea to let him back on. Obviously, Twitter is suffering for it, but this channel is going to be doing well because of it, because it's way easier for us to see his insane ramblings.
Yeah, baby! That's what I've been waiting for. That's what it's all about.
Thank you, Nina, for the raid. Hello, readers. I'm happy to have you. What's going on? Hello, Nina watchers. Hello, Nina enjoyers. Nice to see you all. Hello, hello. 99 bottles of beer on the wall. 99 bottles of beer. Is Jimmy Dore still relevant? I actually have no clue. He pivoted to being like a massive conservative cuck, and then ever since, like, he's just been like super.
This meme is very real.
I don't know. He's just been that guy. He's just been a conservative cuck, really. But like, Jimmy Dore's always been crazy. He's always been a complete crazy person. He believes that like aliens did 9/11 and every single shooting is like a ploy to turn America into like Cuba or something. He believes in like all the one world government, Jewish conspiracies, all the type of stuff. He's just that type of guy. Right, Waters. He didn't believe in water turning the frogs. Yeah, you're right, but I think Sam Cedar stopped covering him, so I don't know. Yeah, I think he's still doing well for himself. I mean, once again, he pivoted to being just a massive anti-vax. His channel's been, as a huge conspiracy theorist, his channel's been doing perfectly fine as an anti-vaxxer and like conspiracy theorist, right? That's all his stuff. Which I still think is super surprising that he was able to keep his channel through all of the COVID misinformation that he was posting. But yeah, I still think he's doing quite well for himself, I'm gonna be honest. Well, he's doing okay, right? Yeah, 2 days ago, 300,000 views he got on his Trump video, right? They're coming for Trump. Biden's worst bambling speech yet. Well, it was Biden's worst bumbling speech yet. 200,000 views. Yeah, his channel's doing just about fine from what you can like expect, right? He posts like 12 videos a day and everything. Sometimes he gets like 200,000, 300,000 views, right? But his average video gets like 80,000 views, something like that. So yeah, 50, like 50, 80,000 views, something along those lines. It averages out to about like 120,000 views he gets per video. It averages like that. Some are higher, some many are lower. But yeah, he's just chugging along, doing his thing. Normal conspiracy theory stuff, being like a really big, basically conservative at this point, right? He's a huge conservative. Right, just normal stuff. Hates Ukraine, loves Russia, hates the like everything US, hates Biden, loves Trump. Yeah. The real reason that the establishment hates Trump, right? Yeah. Trump roast libertarians who boo. He's actually just a Trump fan account. It's so crazy. It's so wild that this guy used to be like, I don't know, what's his most popular videos? Probably years and years and years ago. Yeah, all of his most popular videos are years ago. I had one video 8 months ago about Klaus Schwab. Okay, yeah, that honestly makes sense. 2 months ago, he got a video that reached 1 million. CNN guest shocks panel prosecuting Trump will cost them the election. Yeah. Huge Trump gagger, massive Trump gagger. I'm just taking a look right through some of his older stuff. Well, through his top videos actually. Yeah, I don't know. I think he's simply just a Republican now. I think what happened was definitely COVID. COVID is what separated like people with real beliefs from like the kind of crazy people. Right, 3 years ago he made a video about like AOC wants to make power uncomfortable, right? Oh yeah, what really? Oh yeah, has the hashtag force the vote stuff from 3 years ago. I think that's for him. I think that's really what did it. Corona money talk. Yeah, dude. It's crazy how he kept his channel. I think it's kind of insane. I thought YouTube was I thought YouTube was cracking down pretty hard on COVID misinfo, but nah, man, they just let it. They just let it rip. Jimmy Dore made himself like Jimmy Dore just made himself the like anti-COVID vaccine guy. Strange stuff. Anyways. Yeah, so we don't talk about so we don't talk about Alex Jones too often on this channel, mostly because I just don't think he really does that much stuff that's necessarily that interesting to talk about on this channel, right? Usually the people who talk about Alex Jones very often are just glazers, like Alex Jones said the government's doing bad things again. Wow, right? I just don't think he's like, there's way better analysis about how bad the government is, you know, government issues, is issue with power in the establishment. I would rather get that from like academics and people who've spent time in the government and like more like left-wing people than who've had to face power than Alex Jones, whose entire life has just been kind of yelling at the government and basically nothing's been happening about it, right? But all of that came to a stop when it came to the Sandy Hook tragedy. When that happened, and he basically made it his brand in the moment to call everybody there like a liar. The kids weren't actually harmed. They were like paid actors and everything. That's when Alex Jones changed from being just kind of like a crazy guy that a lot of crazy people listen to for their daily dose of conspiracy, and in a super malicious guy looking to make the world a worse place. Really, in my personal opinion. That's just my estimate. That's just my analysis of that personally, right? With that being said, the other day, Alex Jones, at the later half of his show, when he was doing a Twitter space, said something kind of insane and super funny, right? So Alex Jones has been through a lot with those Sandy Hook trials, and things are starting to get pretty bad for him. So I wanted to take a look at this because I thought it was kind of wild. About 15 minutes into the end of his show, Alex Jones started to have a complete breakdown after a question was asked to him by one of the people in his Twitter space. We can take a look.
Patiently, go ahead and unmute yourself and say what you got to say. And if you're still there, go ahead.
Hi, how are you guys doing? Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, Liz, we hear you.
Okay, Alex, we need you to stay strong. No more crying. You are in very good.
Oh, my bad. Sorry. I moved ahead way too far. Oh, Twitter's player is so ass, dude. What the hell?
So that's why it's.
What the hell? It's so bad. Wait. One moment. Oh, no, they're slobbering on him, man. Oh, no, they're slobbering on each other, man. Oh no, where is it? Oh, it was so good. I can't get this. This is so annoying. The Twitter player made me lose my spot, and I'm so pissed. I'm actually I'm so wildly pissed. I don't even know if I could be more pissed. I'm gonna be completely honest with you. Okay. Thank you. Very interesting. Anyways. I think I got something. Take a look at this. Oops, so sorry. So sorry. You're right. You're unmuted.
In the future, telling the truth, but that's where we are. Thank you. Who's the next person?
All right,
I don't want to leave. I'm exhausted. I couldn't even sleep last night. I slept on the couch. I'm not complaining. I'm completely cross-eyed, crazy, exhausted. And I can't, I'm like literally here like watching a family member die, like 30 years on air, 27 years as operation, 15 years in this building. And I'm literally, when I know I leave tonight, they're going to shut us down. Maybe it's tomorrow, the next day. I just want people to know I love you. I believe in you. I believe in humanity. I believe in my grandparents. I believe in my parents. I believe in humanity. And I just want to fucking stop these people.
Not him drooling on himself like a baby. What the hell? Look at that. Wait a second. Wait, chat. This could go kind of crazy as an emote, don't you think? They could go kind of insane as an emote. Someone's been drinking a little bit. Is he crying? No, he's not. He's pretending. So he's pretending to ugly cry. He tried to force himself to ugly cry many times throughout this stream. His show, he was like trying to ugly cry over and over again to try to get sympathy from his audience. They're gonna try. They're coming to shut me down. They're coming to shut me down. They're gonna come in and shut me down. They're gonna use this bill. Oh no. Oh no, got my hopes up. I don't think he's actually crying. I think he's trying to force himself to cry.
These people, they gotta be stopped. We gotta stop them. So, at the end of the day, we're gonna beat these people.
we're gonna beat these people. No, dude, the emotion that you're trying to express, I personally feel that's probably how the Sandy Hook parents felt, how they actually felt when you were attacking them right after their children passed away. I personally think it's something along those lines. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna be honest. It's actually really pathetic. It's actually so sad.
I'm not trying to be dramatic here, but it's been a hard fight. These people hate our children. Just take more calls. Go ahead and do the next person. Because we can't in the future.
Dude, this... He's like snotting and snarling he's snarling like a rabid dog, man. It's so weird. The noise, can you imagine the noises that he makes into his microphone is like half of the noises I would imagine a mukbanger that makes while sloppily eating a king crab covered in butter. He's just slobbing into that mic. He's spitting on himself. He's slobbering into the microphone, man. What's going on? What's going on with this guy, dude? This is so sad. And now, okay, so he claims that the feds are going to try and shut him down. The feds are coming to obliterate him. The feds are coming to destroy him, okay? If you're wondering what he's talking about is the fact that he is being held accountable. He's being held accountable for the crimes that he committed against these Sandy Hook parents, okay? That's what he's being held accountable for right now. And he's getting upset about it because what's possibly going to happen is that when they come to collect his debt, his $1 billion worth of debt, then they could shut down that studio, possibly, depending on how it goes. And now you should take other assets and property from him. I'm just saying that he's spending a whole lot of time pretending to cry about this property. We're not spending a single second to care about the never spending a single second to care about the parents of the victims of Sandy Hook. Not a singular second goes to that guy's mind, giving a shit about what happened to those people whatsoever. It's so sad. It's so absolutely sad. But he's the real victim in all this, right? He's the real victim, you see.
Attack. I've been gaslit. I've had secret federal filings filed on me that I'm committing crimes, referred to the Justice Department, which of course wasn't true. We'd already filed it in federal court months before. They didn't even check this shit. If you're gonna fucking frame somebody and fucking lie about them to goddamn federal court with the fucking know it's already filed in the goddamn court, you bastard. So fuck you. And fuck anybody else that tries to go on your shit. You
he's
want
breaking
fucking
down,
war, you fucking got it. I told you one more fucking lie and I was gonna do this, all right? I tried to sustain this place. I didn't believe America was as corrupt as this. I didn't believe we were this fucked, and we are this fucked. This country is administratively got a bunch of scum in charge of it. That's why it's going down the tubes, and America and the whole world sees it. So you misjudged who I am, and any of your minions misjudged who I am, and you have no idea. No idea. So go ahead, try to jerk off some operation to shut the doors here and do that and prove everything I said. It doesn't matter. And I don't sit there and make threats. I make promises. I haven't had time yet to dig it out of my phone, but I will. And you will, at the end of the day, know that Alex Jones, the American patriot, defeated your evil ass.
Yeah, so basically he's complaining about the fact that he said he had to sleep in his van to stop it from... Okay, so what all of this is kind of stemming from is the fact that he claimed the night before he had to sleep in his van, his RV, to stop it from getting repoed, to be sold by the court to help pay his dues that he has again, to pay his balance that he has pursuant to his judgment against him by the court in the Sandy Hook trial that he had, right? That's basically what he's talking about, how they're trying to shut him down, they're trying to stop him. Look at all these horrible things that he's doing. Look at all these horrible things that are happening to me. I did nothing wrong and they're prosecuting me. Look, please don't do this to me. I'm begging you. I'm begging you. I am begging you, please. Please, please, please don't jack my shit, please. Oh no. Oh yeah, he even gave a war cry.
We have to stay here. We have to let them shut us down. We have to stand all the way to the end, and we're gonna win.
Jones, I think everybody needs a war cry, man. Can you muster a war cry?
It's a big joke.
It's not really, though. I mean, it is, but it isn't. It's also inspiring.
As you see, when you give a war cry, the reason why they did a war cry is because the vibrations from the war cry shook testosterone from your balls and put it directly into your bloodstream. And so, Jones, can you please give us a nice little war cry, please? Try not to spit on the mic.
Bloody go. This is fine. It's my resistance to them. It's a God's transmission. It's a human under attack.
Oh, dude, why are they all turning so red today? What's up with conservatives going tomato mode? Me when the wife takes the kids. Hey, sweet chin music stat therapy. Yeah, he needs therapy bad. Ooh, the larpiest larp. Chat, give me a couple me ones. Chat, give me a couple me ones. When my balls are stuck to my leg and I try and pull them off, but I pull too hard. Can I get a war cry? Wendy's is out of spicy chicken nuggets. Oh, this one's kind of crazy. This one goes a little nutty. Cancel my favorite show. Crying is good for the soul. Someone said this is a bitch cry. Not how far Mr. Alex has fallen. How far Mr. Jones has fallen. How far? Oh no, Mr. Jones. Oh no, Mr. Jones. Oh no. Oh no.
In front of the world is Republic.
I had to lock the
in the day. Let's see if I can find anything interesting.
Yeah. No. To ISIS.
Kind of in a. It's
level.
I personally do think it would be kind of. I do think it would be kind of cool to be able to do kind of like a Twitter Twitter space video, Twitter space stream. Just probably a bunch of people are just gonna say slurs though, which is unfortunate.
We gotta
like your books.
We don't want to fight because we know we're gonna win. We don't want to put you people through that. It's
up front and everything's there, and like I get here and I picked up weird stuff was going on. I saw security running around all scared. I said, "Oh, you're shutting us down today." Because I picked it up. They go, "How do you know that?" I said, "Boom, I got you."
That's funny.
And then it was just like,
well, it would be funny to call this segment "Keeping Up with the Joneses," but there's only Jones now. There's no Joneses. He lost his court proceeding. He lost his custody battle. He lost his custody battle with his wife, and he doesn't have custody over his children anymore. And his wife divorced him. So like, unfortunately, there aren't any Joneses anymore for him. It's only the Jones. Probably for the best. Oh yeah, absolutely. Oh, listen up, leftist. My wife took the kids.
Like it all just goes from there because it's all like green light, attack. So that's what happened.
It was 20.
My kids, I like people. Like, why are they such assholes? Like, what is their fucking problem?
I think you used a great term, retarded demonic arrogance. I think that you tap into these energies. You talk about it all the time. We tap into these things by our actions and by our will and our intention. If we tap into these
why is everyone so mean to me, man?
This demonic type of worldview, we only get more and more.
They're dialed in the wrong frequency.
Well, let's look at the.
So what do you make of Trump's fake conviction? Big deal.
You know, I'd like to say to understand, so people understand, because I know that this.
It is, and Vivian Kubrick, Stanley Kubrick's great daughter, sent me a link. We were the
Trump won.
Skip forward a little bit.
In the spaces, Liz, you've been waiting patiently. Go ahead and
he had to sleep here. And today I said, watch, when I did that earlier show today, they're going to send people to shut us down.
322. Okay. One moment.
See model that you
Double down on.
They're going to send people to shut us down, and they call. They go, "Yeah, we've been ordered to shut the building down, but we're not going to follow the law." It doesn't say that. There's no court order. Because I'm going to call the police and say, "Where's the court order to shut this down?" But when they shut it down, folks, it's not a defeat.
Yeah, so basically he was on call the other night telling people that the feds were going to shut his business down that night. That night. Obviously that didn't happen. But what I think is going on right now is that he's trying to build sympathy to get people to give him money. Okay? That's what I actually think is going on right now, like the fake crying and everything. I think it's specifically so he can convince people to donate him money. That's what I really think all of this is about at the end of the day. That's what it seems like what all of this is about, right? And I have a couple reasons for believing that. One is because right after he made these videos and everything, right? About, oh, they're shutting me down, they're gonna try and take me down, they're gonna try and destroy me. He started posting links to how to give him money and how to donate to his to InfoWars if you want to keep it running by buying his big naturals. I'm not even joking with it. Like I know some people think I say like I'm joking when I say big naturals, but no, it's actually called Alex Jones Naturals. It really is. It really is, dude. Look, special report. Support us at Dr. Jones Naturals. He wants you to support his big naturals where he charges like $50 per bottle of like dick hardening syndrome. Sorry, of dick hardening serum or something. Immune support, nascent iodine surface spray, Whole Foods vitamin, $37. Green fiber capsules, $22. This is what he really wants from people, to go on here and buy his big naturals, okay? His his Dr. Jones. He calls it Dr. Jones, okay? His Dr. Jones natural products where he skims money off of his audience. This is kind of one of the nasty parts of I keep saying Joe Rogan. Alex Jones, which is he builds conspiracy. It's like if, holy crap, it's so true. I thought of it and it's so true. It hit me like a truck, man. Alex Jones is the human embodiment of Apple's idea to remove the headphone jack to bump the price up on wireless headphones. Okay? That's the point of it. They removed the headphone jack so they could sell you on the more expensive wireless headphones. Okay? And so that's what they create a problem to be able to sell you something. Alex Jones builds his entire brand on conspiracy theories that they're putting chemicals in the water to turn your balls gay. And so that's why you need to escape all that and buy his big natural products. Okay? Dr. Jones's big naturals. You need to buy all of this like brain blast serum and dick hardening serum and the micro green pellets that you need to eat. That's completely crazily overpriced. Okay. Like one world government free, like natural products to make you scared and then sell you a product at exorbitant rates. $37, $17, $30, $22, but that one's on sale, just so you know. These ones are on sale too. This one's actually $50. Calls himself a doctor and then sells you all of this garbage. This is where Alex Jones really makes his money. It's been said multiple times that in court filings, this is where the real money pit for his audience actually is, in the in the supplements that he sells people, that he doesn't have to go through the FDA to be able to sell, because supplements, like dietary supplements, are not held to the same standard as medicines and even food, really. So you can put whatever garbage you want in and claim whatever benefits you want out of it, as long as it doesn't kill anybody. Usually nobody turns an eye to it. So he can sell you like random piss water at exorbitant rates and then scoop the money off of it and make you more scared to buy normal products from a normal store because obviously Dr. Fauci is going to put gay chemicals in it to turn your balls gay. And that scares Alex Jones viewers, right? Almost as much as the one world government. So obviously that's what's going on, right? Has Alex Jones thrown up tonight? He actually almost threw up. He spit up in his mouth a little bit like a baby. It was really close. It was kind of like yellow too. It was kind of nasty. A little grody. it looked like it stank. After that, he released a video, okay, from PJW's basement.
Ladies and gentlemen, the most important thing to understand about what's happening in America and the world today is don't get violent. Don't have civil unrest at the, Monday when there was going to be a hearing in court. But the grounds are so much to say.
No, this is about the Donald Trump garbage. Lame and cringe and lame. Here we go. This is the one that I wanted. They look almost so similar. Sorry.
Here's just a few of the headlines saying they want me shut down in 11 days. They want me shut down. They don't want money.
Hey, can you hold that? Can you hold that still so we can actually look at it? These are headlines, bro. These are paragraphs. Judge rejects call to immediately shut down Alex Jones InfoWars bankruptcy dispute.
Saying they want me shut down in 11 days. They want me shut down. They don't want money. Say it again. They want me shut down.
Just to know, he's talking about the Sandy Hook parents.
Deep state trying to shut us down for years. It's come out in Congress. It's been testified in court. Undercover groups have caught FBI, CIA on video admitting it. They are trying to take us down. And in all this lawfare the Democratic Party has run, they've been on record saying they want to shut us down. But we've been so strong and stayed on air so long that when we are facing our final battle and the system is trying to close the doors here, some people are like, whoa, is this really happening? Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this is all happening. Here are three.
Listen, everybody's CIA, everybody's a Fed. Everybody who subscribes to my YouTube channel is also Fed, just so you know. So if you want to become a federal agent, if you're unemployed right now and you would become a United States government federal agent, I would say go ahead, subscribe to the channel. It's an easy in. It's an easy in. You get quick Soros bucks as well. You can get on that shitty hobby that you have soon and start dumping money into it. I promise you. Only good things coming from hitting the subscribe button on this channel. It's wild how that works.
3 articles, AP, Reuters, CBS News. Actually, I got 4 articles here. Bloomberg. They're all right here with the headline. Sandy Hook families ask for Alex Jones Media Company's liquidation on the 14th. Coming up in 11 days.
Yeah, so this is what he was actually talking about, which is way different than the feds are trying to shut me down, which is the Sandy Hook parents specifically asked for the liquidation of InfoWars so that he can start paying his debt that he has to them that he's incurred in court, which is honestly way different than Joe Biden and the feds, which, you know what I think that he's trying to do here? I think he's trying to piggyback off of Donald Trump to be able to make, he's actually grifting off of Donald Trump, which I think is the funniest thing in the world, okay? So what I personally think is happening is that he saw what was happening to Donald Trump. He was like, oh shit, I could say the same thing. Oh, hopefully they give me cash too. And so Donald Trump is now the victim of the unfair law system. So now he can be the victim of the unfair law system. And that's why you need to give him money too. And as much money as you possibly can. Give him a lot of money. He really needs it. Please. Yeah, it's multi-track grifting.
Shark, hog.
Oh my goodness. Thank you, Elijah Sean. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. I really appreciate you for that. Thank you so much. Yo, emotes out for Elijah. Thank you so much. That's so nice. You're way too kind. Thank you so much for the love. Not those emotes, you crazy bitches.
Shark, hog.
George Soros gifted those from the CIA. Oh, I'm so glad. I'm so glad that I have a Jewish uncle who's a multi-billionaire in the CIA. Oh man.
Oh, it's so big.
Works out wonders for you.
No.
I was wondering where that was. I was like, where's the Merrick soundbite? There you go. I was like, she should be here with when somebody gives 5. Couldn't be spent any better. That's true. If the CIA started spending more money on left-wing political YouTube channels and less money on torturing people in the Middle East, I think this world would be a better place. That's just my personal opinion, though. Broke right now, but I sub in spirit. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. I give you sub emotes in spirit as well. Huge love, okay? So much love right now. I feel it right now. Let's continue on.
Alex Jones InfoWars parent must liquidate. Creditors say. Sandy Hook family asks bankruptcy judge to liquidate Alex Jones media company, CBS News. AP, judge rejects call to immediately shut down Alex Jones InfoWars in bankruptcy dispute. That is the Associated Press. And I knew when I announced this Friday, immediately there were all these big so-called conservative accounts that said this is fake, it's a publicity stunt, Jones is lying.
Okay, all of that is true though. Like all of that, like it's a publicity stunt, it's fake for you to get money. Yes, all of that. Like all those things were true. Yeah. And it's proof now that it's true because you said the feds are going to come shut you down. When he said himself, judge rejects. He said it himself. It's literally right here in the AP. Judge rejects calls to shut down Alex Jones. Remember, I thought he said that they were going to come shut him down. I thought he said that they were already there were people at his door shutting him down. But now it's judge rejects shutting him down? Like, are you stupid? You think, listen, I'm not as stupid as like an actual Alex Jones fan, okay? Maybe they believe that stuff, but me with more than 2 working brain cells, okay? I don't believe this type of stuff. It is very easily to see how it literally said reject. Does he know what the word reject means?
Rejects.
Does he know what this means? I'll read it again for you. There you go.
Rejects.
After a weekend in which conspiracy theorist Alex Jones warned his media company face imminent shutdown by the federal government because of his bankruptcy cases, a judge on Monday allowed Jones to keep operating for the next 2 weeks while it decides whether his assets should be liquidated. Wow, crazy. Wow, crazy. Now, I will say the Sandy Hook parents and relatives did ask to liquidate his shit. Yeah, they did ask that. But, you know, as people who won a massive lawsuit against him, that's their right to ask that. Yeah. It is their right to ask that. I think it's right for the judge, no matter what I think of Alex Jones, I think it is right for the judge to at least wait a second before liquidating his entire life. I mean, he already liquidated his family life by forcing his wife to divorce him and take the kids, you know? Just wait for a second before liquidating his his work life too. Just wait a second. I don't know what Alex Jones would do outside of being like a conspiracy theorist online. Like, does he have a job at McDonald's or something? I'm not sure if he could even hold one of those down, honestly. I'd like to see Alex Jones try to hold down $1,000 hour while working in the window, okay? With the drink machine broken and somebody trying to fix and somebody cleaning the ice cream machine. Go ahead and try. While you're short on staff and you have to run out orders yourself to park cars that you parked because they ordered too many quarter pounders, go ahead. Go ahead. Wendy's manager. Hilarious you think that he can make it to the manager role. I had 4 drug addicts as my manager. As my managers when I worked at McDonald's, and I still don't think that he can make it that far. I don't think he could. I don't think he has the chutzpah At what point is the platform liable for allowing him to post? That's a good question. And YouTube and other platforms have been held in court. Sorry, have been brought to court for things along these lines. I'm not sure how those cases went, but I do know it's getting the line is starting to be blurred a little bit. They're protected when it comes to the fact that they're platforms and not publishers, the fact that they didn't post that stuff themselves, but allowing that stuff to fester is a massive problem. Now, when it comes to how liable, do you mean like, I think the bar is way lower when it comes to morally liable. When the platform is 100% knowledgeable of this person's content and what they're saying, and they still allow it to happen, then I 100% believe that they're very liable, like very
This meme
liable
is very real.
for that type of stuff. But when it's somebody way smaller, or when it's a whole bunch of smaller accounts doing it, I think it's really difficult for them to be held liable and stop all those types of people from posting when you have like millions and millions and millions of people who use your platform. Now, Facebook specifically was used Facebook was used in a genocide the same way the radio stations were used in Rwanda for a genocide. I forget which country specifically. We have to look back into that. But I do know that it was actually used to help propagate information that led to the killing of people. That was their thing, right? And the group that
this meme is very real.
In the group that
this meme is very real.
Rittenhouse was a part of, put together their like little militia on Twitter. It was a little Twitter group that they had. Thank you, Dead Domain, for the raid. Hello, Raiders. We're talking about Alex Jones right now. Hope you all are doing well. I'm not sure if Miss Domain is here, but I saw your cosplays. They look great. I'm not a cosplay type. I've never cosplayed anything before. Those cosplays looked amazing. Xanax Jesus. I would say opiate Jesus. That's just my personal opinion. Ethiopia, I think. Yeah, I believe it might be Ethiopia. Okay. The cocaine prophet. Can we call him the cocaine? I think cocaine prophet specific. You don't have to name a specific prophet or anyone. I think just cocaine prophet. I think that goes kind of crazy. Hello, domain viewers. No, the genocide was in Thailand. Yeah, okay, yes. Actually, that one sounds way more correct. I was going to say Thailand, but I wasn't sure. I didn't want to be incorrect. Shark Discord unban. Don't worry, I'm going to be deleting the entire Discord soon, so everybody will be banned. Don't worry about it. I'm probably deleting it this month, so don't even sweat it. The whole thing's getting obliterated. I'm nuking it from orbit. Don't even sweat it. Don't even sweat it. I'm just not in there. And I don't know. I was kind of thinking the other day, like, I hope nothing horrible is happening in that Discord that I'm going to have to answer for or something. You know what I mean? Like somebody, like some horrible thing's going to happen in the Discord, and then somebody's going to like at me on Twitter about like, why were you allowing people to sell slaves in your Discord? And I'm going to be like, nigga, what? Because I haven't opened up the Discord in quite some time. So I'm just not a big Discord person, really. Are you unmodded, bro? I just don't have time in my day to look through the Discord. So I'm just gonna delete it because it has my name attached to it, and I don't want something horrible to happen in my stead. Okay. And then I'll probably make another one sometime soon that's way more focused. Shark said the N-word. I don't like to say it very often. I'm actually not an N-word fan. I'm actually a big not an N-word fan. I like to say it the same way like an edgy Ohio white boy does in like 2015 on like in an Instagram meme, you know what I mean? Sparingly. Very sparingly, and for comedic effect only. Like the N-word is not a part of my vocabulary. Yeah, on 4chan, yeah. I only want to say it like a 4chan Ohio white boy. Yeah, of course, of course. But going back to what we were talking about before we got here. I think morally culpable. I think always, right? And when it comes to YouTube allowing what Alex Jones was doing on their platform, when it comes to such a large platform, and I think the culpability gets even though it's harder to regulate the bigger the platform gets, the more responsible a platform is, the bigger it gets, in my personal opinion. Because the more people you're able to reach, the bigger it gets. The more damage you're able to do, the bigger it gets. And so even though it's harder to regulate, I think you become more culpable the bigger you get, because you're allowing more people to spread more things, and you still have an obligation to do that. The only thing that changes is the effect and the danger and the harm that the people on your platform cause when your platform gets bigger. That's it. Now, morally culpable, I think it's always, and it just ramps up for how much known they were. Like if there's a bunch of people running around and doing a specific thing, it gets a lot harder to regulate that. But when there's like one guy doing something horrible, well known, that we all take heed of, that we just allow happen, then I think that you just become more. I personally believe, even though it'd be like a hard precedent, right? I've said it before. I'd rather suffer a rule that stops people like stops people from like Alex Jones, like Fresh and Fit, like Sneeko, like everybody on the Daily Wire, like everybody from the Blaze, like many people from Fox News, especially Jesse Water, like Donald Trump, like so many other nameless like neo-Nazi and far right and paleo conservative channels are able to do. I would be in favor of a rule that like clips all of them that I actively suffer from monetarily and like career wise on YouTube, if it meant that it like harmed them substantially when it comes to reach and growth and the amount of damage that they can do. Because by YouTube doing that, it would actively, we would actually be able to see the effects of the world becoming a better place. Like I know we joke about like this person or that person ruined a generation. Just talking about the moral culpability and how much they're able to reach, I think a lot of people downplay how far people like Andrew Tate went when it came to his reach. Like there are teachers in like bumfuck nowhere who have to now deal with their young boy students genuinely being wildly misogynistic against the young girls in the classroom, and now young girls' suicide rate has jumped specifically due to like they've taken suicide notes and they've seen that misogyny is like a much larger part of like suicide notes and writings of young girls these days, and like attempts of suicide, specifically stemming from Andrew Tate becoming such a massive media figure, and them allowing him to grow and balloon into this genuine monster, this genuine like threat to like humanity, the threat to not humanity, threat to like the like just discourse, online culture, offline culture, in the minds of like a lot of young boys and men, that it's just become such a massive issue that it's hard to not name them culpable. Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, Kick, Rumble. It's hard to not name these platforms non-culpable in what TikTok as well. TikTok allowing Alex Jones on for so long, and not only Alex Jones, the workaround as well that did such big damage. Okay, because a lot of people talk about, oh, you can't ban this guy. When you ban him, he's just stronger. No, that's not true. If it was, then conservatives would be all for getting banned from social media platforms because it would only make their names and accounts grow. Banning them does not make them bigger. What makes them bigger is banning them and still allowing them to post. And now, how would you do that? How do you ban somebody but still allow them to post? Well, you will allow their kind of clip industrial complex to go into overdrive and then start. It's like slamming a mama spider, and now all like the baby spiders go crawling across the tiles, right? Like you need to stop them from being able to repost on other platforms, the platforms that they were banned on through their clip industrial complex. Stop them from being able to reach other platforms without criticism on other platforms, not just covering their content critically, because that's what I'm doing. Alex Jones is banned on YouTube, but I'm covering his content critically. I'm talking about people who literally just repost his content. I'm talking about people who specifically post his content in support or to play off that, to be able to boost his this type of message that you're specifically trying to stop for your own gain, right? That's what needs to actually stop. That's the way that they make it so far. You mean like shadow banning? No, not shadow banning. Unless you mean shadow banning a person's name or something. No, I mean like them actually getting banned. I'm talking about ban evasion by allowing them to just allowing somebody else to post their content online, right? Like, have you ever wondered why Keemstar is able to be on YouTube and host a show on YouTube? Well, it's because it's because even though he was banned for saying slurs and attempting threatening to kill people on YouTube, the reason why he's still able to post is because somebody else owns the channel, and so the ban was just him being able to own the channel, not him being able to appear in shows and still post content. So he just had one of his friends make another YouTube channel and make another AdSense account, and then he was just able to continue on to have content again as if nothing ever happened, and it was perfectly legal as to YouTube's TOS, which is just stupid if you think about it. So now somebody can make more money off of lying and making themselves the victim for the damage that they've done to society, to like broader online and sometimes offline communities as well. So yeah, I think a lot of these companies should be really held accountable. And now I know that sucks, but I'm going to be honest with you. The like 2016 destruction of like alt-right channels on like the 2016, 2017, 2018 destruction of alt-right channels on YouTube made YouTube a fundamentally better place. Just period. A fundamentally better place. Banning all those people made it a fundamentally better place. That's not debatable. Okay? If you have any good morals, right? It's just a fundamentally better place. Now, there is some ban evasion that people have been able to use to help spin off of that, but it's fundamentally better than it was like pre-2016, pre-2015. It genuinely really is. And I think it even needs to be stricter. Now a lot of people complained about that, but it was kind of twofold. It was that and the adpocalypse. The adpocalypse was in the wake of the Paul brothers filming dead bodies in their Japanese rainforest or the Japanese forest, and like basically assaulting a bunch of Japanese people for views and clicks, right? Yeah, and also trying to like tasing a dead animal and trying to make their corpse dance for a video as well. Like all of that led to the massive adpocalypse, and it was their fault. But I'm going to be honest, and this is a little bit of a more controversial take, especially among YouTubers. I think YouTube has now become a better place because of it. Like after that, I think it's actually a better place because of that. We now have better rules and regulations We're gonna have people who are trying to make content that's better. I think they should have gone farther. I'm gonna be honest with you. Not necessarily on like the adpocalypse and like ad thing. That was more of like third party people who were doing that. I mean, specifically when it came to, I think after all the dust settled, I think we're in a better place than we were when the Paul brothers were posting a whole lot, right? But I think they should have gone even further, especially with those prank channels. I don't think you should be able to make money on YouTube if your content revolves around you harassing people like out in the real world. You are actively incentivizing people to make other people's lives worse. Does that sound like a good business model? Does that sound like something that a company should be able to do and make a profit on? I don't think so. I don't think so. You making a profitable incentive for somebody's life and their job to be harassing other people and making their lives worse. Like, those prank channels should have been wiped off the face of the earth, and I think that type of stuff should have been banned. I really do. I think that type of stuff should have been at least completely demonetized, right? Like, if your video comes out to like one of those prank channels or something adjacent, right? I think your channel should have been 100% completely demonetized. Not the videos. I think the channel should be demonetized. And then when you've proven that you're not making that type of content anymore, then you can remonetize again. Right? So I think the YouTube channel, sorry, I think YouTube could be another these, I can't speak apparently. I think YouTube and these other platforms can absolutely be held morally and legally responsible for the things that they keep and promote on their platform. I think they should, yeah, 100%. I always find it weird how people enjoy harassing other strangers on the street. It's just fun for them. They just like harming other people. It's just funny for them, right? You ever wonder how people? I know this is super dramatic. Okay, this is like super duper like lefty dramatic, and I completely understand that, but I kind of want to say it anyways. It's a little funny. But you ever wonder how people would go out in like the like 1600s in the middle of the square and watch like a hanging or something, or like a flogging? It's because like, no, it's just interesting to watch other people suffer, you know. Got nothing else better to do. Might as well eat my bread and watch someone get hung, you know. And if your friends are watching it too, you could think it's funny. The reactions are funny. Watching somebody else like get angry is just funny for a lot of people, right? So I just think that stuff should be 100% obliterated. I think it should be nuked from orbit, though. Yeah, I think that type of content should be nuked from orbit. You know, YouTube would offload that to bots. Yeah, but here's the thing. I think you only need to make an example of a couple people. I think you only need to make the example of a couple people. I just think you need to add like another. I don't think there needs to be some like new like content moderation thing that happened. I just think that you should add like I think under the harassment tab when you report a video, there should be like harassing the public type like disturbing the peace type thing. You know what I mean? Where the video is, I'm going to go out onto the street with a bullhorn and then like scream in people's ears and watch them sneak up on people and scream in people's ears and like watch them jump and get mad and then run away, right? I think that's just it, right? And then when they get the report, they should just, you know, offload it then to a normal person and then have them look through it, right? That's just what I think. Yeah, they should be waterboarded with Baja Blast. You're so right. Let's get back to this.
Lying. This isn't real. I was about to go home Friday afternoon, and they called the security, the CRO, and said, close the doors at 9 p.m. tonight after Alex leaves. And then I checked the law, and I talked to my lawyers. They go, no, you're the sole member. The CRO can go to the court and try to override you, but he can't unilaterally close the place. So I came here and physically slept here. The security firm aren't bad people. They're being told stuff that isn't true. I hired this great company 6-7 years ago, but I had to get a little confrontational. I feel sorry for them because they didn't know what to do. So then I made the decision to come on Saturday because this was happening, and I said, I don't know what's about to happen.
I'm sorry, but I know this is a little off topic, But this is like Paul Joseph Watson set. Can you imagine being in the Alex Jones like Dallas compound, and then you hear PJW being like, 4 fucking trans people, like screaming into a microphone, ringing down the halls as you're trying to work, as you're trying to edit like a new clip or something? Can you imagine? Oh no, the homos are back in town. Like holy crap, I'd end it all. Like holy, because you know this is like this set's probably near other ones, right? Didn't Alex Jones use a helicopter to stalk his ex? Yeah, so for some people who don't know that story, because I see somebody being like, huh? Yeah, so basically what happened is that after he lost his custody battle with his wife, and his wife took the kids, and he wasn't allowed, and she got a restraining order on him because he would do creepy stuff around the house, and she got a new home. Basically what happened is that Alex Jones then got into his helicopter with a bullhorn and a camera, and then started doing circles around his ex-wife's house with the kids out, in a helicopter, just flying around like circles around the house, and he'd zoom in to take pictures of the kids because he wasn't allowed to like see the kids for a while or be allowed to be near the house. So he was like legally outside of the bubble, that of like the restraining order bubble. So that's why he was high up into the air, but he had the guy just circle their house like back and forth over and over again, and he was like, kids, daddy still loves you. And he's like, look at them, look at the kids, they're so beautiful, aren't they? As the kids are like, they're like, he's like, the helicopter blades are like blowing leaves and twigs down. She's like, get the fuck away from my house, right? It was wild. Well, let me see if I can. I know some people don't believe me, so let me pull this up. He filmed himself doing it. Like, look at the kids, they're so beautiful. He knows how to pilot a helicopter? No, he had somebody else pilot the helicopter. He was in the back seat of the helicopter, filming his ex-wife's house. He told his helicopter guy to fly the helicopter. Oh, I think they were still going through their custody battle, and then he lost the kids after she pulled that up in court. Search. I don't know why there's not a YouTube video about this. Yeah, he also spied on his ex-wife constantly. I think he hired like a PI, a private investigator, to investigate her, to try and get dirt on her for divorce court. He had a whole spying ring. He oversaw a spying ring that included even a Blackwater mercenary that surveilled his ex-wife. So yeah. Thank you for this. Thank you.
So close, circling our house. I can't. I mean,
He's out there too.
Whoops. Oh my gosh. Yeah, you can hear the kid. The kid's like, "Mommy, I'm scared."
I can't. I mean,
He's out there too.
So this is them. This is the little one.
Good job.
Hi kids, Daddy loves you. Daddy's a very
Great job, man.
Daddy's a very normal
Pretty
human.
down there, isn't it? Look how pretty that creek is, Dad.
Oh my bad, it was his dad, I think. Yeah. Yeah, his dad circled his ex-wife's house.
bunch of stuff out there. He spawned a bunch of stuff. It's down there.
Oh, so beautiful. Family is so beautiful, isn't it? I thought he was just acting crazy. So that's what his lawyer argued in court during the divorce proceedings, that he was just pretending to be like a dumb fuck. But no, he actually believes a lot of this stuff. Like, I think he plays it up a bit, but no, like she said that he would come home and say crazy stuff. Like, remember, he is a Donald Trump supporter. He believes a lot of this stuff. He's not just a grifter. He isn't just lying about a lot of this stuff. I think he plays it up a bit sometimes, but no, he believes just about everything he says. No, he is a crazy person. He is absolutely insane.
This meme is very real.
How you doing, babe? Tired. Why you go get you a cough drop? Nobody clipped that. You're not allowed to see that. You weren't. I was supposed to turn off the camera. You saw that? I'm actually really hard. I'm a hard. I don't mean like my dick. I mean like I'm tough. Okay. I'm kind of gangsta. I don't do shit like that. Why are you wearing your work shoes all day? At least they're comfy, right? It's my mom bought her those shoes. She never had a and when she became a part of the family, we had to like deck her out. It's so funny. Me and my mom both bought her a pair of shoes because this girl had no shoes. We were not okay with your Vans. You can't just walk around with Vans constantly. And are they even here?
No, they had to.
Oh, they were so like beat up you had to throw them away. Yeah. So anyways, so we bought her like actually good. Yeah, I bought this like I got this barefoot bandit over this barefoot Floridian girl. I made her my GF, and but you were basically barefoot. Yeah, you were. Yeah, you were. With the type of shoes that you had, you basically would have been barefoot. Anyways, we had to like we had to put some fits on the Floridian, and we put some fits on the Floridian and things, and it got a lot better. It got a lot better. Her fits got a lot better. Very happy about it. I wear my shoes until they get holes in them as well. The only problem is like I have more shoes, so there's way less holes. What do you mean I have too many shoes, lady? What are you talking about? What, my Air Force Special Force ones? I've worn them. You have seen me wear my blazers. I usually wear them to the gym when I go weightlifting. I haven't gone weightlifting for a while. And the green with the Converses? Those ones are more for when those ones are more for when I'm doing a streetwear type of thing. I've just kind of been chilling for a while. Especially we've also been dating mostly through winter, and those aren't good winter shoes. Just because they're suede doesn't mean you can wear them outside just like that. Well, you know, because suede gets really messed up when they get salt on them, and you can't have salt on them like that because they're really gonna mess up the suede. The leather is really important. It's a high. They're not good winter shoes. Anyways, I wanted to wear this. No, you got at me. So I wanted to wear the Special Force one sometime, but I think I will like sometime soon. It's just that I lost a lot of my longer socks, so I like to wear longer socks with that because they help. They work with the fit a lot. Sometimes it chafes a bit. Don't leave. Don't go nowhere. Don't go anywhere yet. The other ones I definitely wear. The only ones that you could also say that I haven't really worn that much has been they've been the black.
I get it. I get it. I apologize, okay? You have wonderful shoes. You need all of them. Back to your
I do want to wear the blacksmiths more.
Okay, cool. Cool.
I love you. I did donate a pair to Goodwill, yeah. I got rid of 2 others as well. I had like 2 running shoes that needed to go. They were given to me by family for Christmas. And I wore them a lot. They're just bad running shoes. I threw them away. I threw them in the trash. Huh? They weren't very good, no. They weren't very good, no. I wouldn't feel really good donating them. They were covered in dog hair and everything, and they need like a really good clean out, and they're pretty worn already. I would really rather somebody, if they need running shoes, to get way better. I feel like that do worse damage to their feet than just getting better shoes. And I replaced them with they're not up there. I replaced them with my New Balances, which are wildly. Yeah, the cloud shoes. Yeah, those ones are way better, and I'm way happier to run in those shoes than any of the garbage, fake padding, shitty Adidas and Nike like running poor, like super just poor running shoes that are yodel. I know I should go to sleep soon. I'm busy talking about a crazy man who lost his custody battle for his kids and decided to fly a helicopter around his ex-wife's house to film his children since he wasn't allowed within 200 feet of the home. I do have a 9 a.m. appointment. I'm being scolded right now, guys, by my woman. So we'll have to. Oh no, it's a 19-minute video. We're only 2 minutes in, chat.
But I'm going to expose what has gone on in the past year with this bankruptcy. It's not the judge, but it's what's gone on with the different groups and organizations and court-appointed people. So then the disinfo starts running, no, he's still open. It didn't happen.
How is Alex Jones not in jail? I believe it was a civil case and not a criminal case that he was held liable for. I think it was defamation still. And liable, but I don't believe it was like a criminal case, or I don't think they asked for. I don't think they asked for really jail. They just wanted money, right? They just wanted him to pay, but I'm not sure if jail was really on the table in those lawsuits.
Button's been pushed after Trump was convicted last Thursday. It started the next day to go ahead and get me. This is a soft coup. This is a takeover. I'm not exactly sure all the groups involved or how they're doing it or any of it, but I know Trump gets convicted. All of a sudden, people get called and told to shut down. When the judge was clear, I'm not going to say anything to the 14th.
You mean you?
There were claims we were out of money and we had to close the doors. None of that was true. So I'm just like, whoa, this isn't right. This is going down. So my dad, who ran the supplement company, who has a stake in InfoWars, I'm talking to him over the weekend, and he's saying, yeah, they're probably going to file for liquidation. And
what's up with him and Steven Crowder? Is that why Steven Crowder started to? Well, is that why Steven Crowder worked with Alex Jones, because they both are because both of them are ran by their daddies? Is that why? But both of them has their papa as their manager. It's so weird.
We're going to file in there to countercharge that, because once they file for liquidation, you can't file to keep it out. You just file, we have our own, which could then be used to keep us open. And so I got off the air at like 3 o'clock. I couldn't sleep last night, so I took a 2-hour nap. I wake up, and the first articles that came out were Alex Jones's dad's company wants to shut down InfoWars. And I went, what? So I called my dad, talk to his people. They go, no, did you not read the filing? We emailed it to you hours ago. They filed this morning to shut you down on the 14th. We have to have standing. We went in to block this. But the only way you block it is saying, no, we're creditors. We're in front of you. So at first that went out with the...
This is crazy. This is kind of funny. But it's also just like him yapping. We'll skip forward a bit.
That's what's happening. But they couldn't help themselves, so they have this conflicting stuff. Jones wants to shut his own company down through his dad. No, my dad has his own company. That's not me. My dad's not going, no, your foul deal to shut us down. We're coming in and claiming we are in control of it to keep it going. And let's be honest, it's like the Alamo for Monopoly. That. We're not going to hold this off. I mean, maybe God comes through. Maybe we do. So here's my prediction.
Hands up, God. Help me. God save me from these mass shooting victims. God, please save me from mass shooting victims. Please. God, please save me.
The judge, not a prediction, he already said. He said today again in the hearing, emergency hearing, he said, I'm giving it back to Alex Jones. The plaintiffs have not dealt in good faith. They're not settling for what's reasonable. They made all this stuff up. I will give it back to Alex Jones the 14th. They're like, oh, that's cool.
Oh, okay. Yeah, this actually might get him clipped for defamation as well. Saying that all the plaintiffs have been lying constantly is that one didn't go over. That one didn't go over too well for a lot of people. That one didn't go over well for Trump. That one didn't go over well for Crowder. I don't think that's. Listen, if I was a Sandy Hook parent, I would have been like, "Oh, I'm getting you. I'm getting you again, dog." I'd be calling up my lawyer instantly. I'd be like, "You want a new payday, dog? I got another one." He just keeps talking himself into a hole. Listen, it was already over when he went onto his show and tried to say that the judge in his defamation case was a Satan worshiping, blood drinking devil who's come to usher in the Antichrist by shutting down his show. Didn't he have like a video of him chopping off the head of his like judge or something? Or, oh no, it was the judge engulfed in hellfire. I remember it was a demon. The judge is a demon coming from hell to shut down this God-fearing patriot.
Great. No, it goes to Warren Gamble and Travis County. And within a couple days, that's a Friday, within Wednesday, Thursday, emergency order, they're going to shut it down. And people, when I told them this last week, my own family and crew, they're like, oh, no, they want money. No, they don't. They sit on the courthouse steps in Texas, Connecticut. They want to shut us down. So now they've officially said, we are coming in to close the doors as soon as we can. So the Connecticut lawyers and plaintiffs, and that's the main, not the plaintiffs themselves, but the group behind it, the FBI head in Connecticut, when he was the head then, admitted he went and created this and got the families and went to the law firms, created this whole thing. 99% what they said I didn't do. This was all a thing to get Alex Jones. This is 5 years ago. They want federal court because Texas is a separate group that sued, and they actually do want a settlement, or at least they say they do. And so they're trying to come in, and they're with Gamble, and they put her into office. So it's Connecticut and Texas fighting over the corpse of InfoWars right now. And remember what the head lawyer for the Democrats said in Texas? He said,
oh, can I get a bite of that? I want to buy the $1 billion. I'm going to be honest with you. I want to buy the $1 billion too. I want to fight out of the corpse. Can we do a whole 3-way? George Soros, the Sandy Hook victims, and me. Can they pass? Listen, I made a couple videos about Alex Jones, calling him stinky. Listen, you probably can't spend $1 billion by yourself, can you? I mean, listen, a couple bucks, throw my way, throw your dog a little bone, you know what I'm saying? Look at you on a little bit. Gotta share the love, dude. We all hate him, right?
Said, we're going to take over InfoWars and divide the corpse. Okay? So that's why this is happening. And so
this corpse is talking too much for my liking.
Cover news.
I like my corpse is a little bit more silent.
So I take a nap, I get up, and I'm like, what am I? Everybody's calling me. What is this? We're shutting it down. Because that was a first Bloomberg spin. But then Bloomberg came back and was like, no, actually, the plaintiffs filed to shut it down, and Alex Jones' dad filed to try to take that from them. So it's like a tug of war. The only move left would be my dad, who does have real claims because they haven't paid him money he's owed. And the judge has admitted that is coming in. So maybe he holds him up a few months. Maybe it stays in federal court. Maybe it goes to state court. I don't know. But all these people going, Jones is doing a publicity stunt. Do you understand that this is all in federal filings? This is all 100% on record. I'm not a lawyer. Before I shot this video, I spent 2 hours talking to people and reading it all just to get it straight for you. So anything else you see is horse crap. And I don't know what's going to come out of this, but I want to make one thing 100% clear. I love InfoWars. I love our crew. I like my own life. I love this place. I want to keep it going. Even though Austin's kind of communist now, I've been here most of my life. Born in Texas. I don't want to leave. The jurisdiction's over out of control. But let's move on for Alex Jones. I was talking to one of the guys that works here, really smart guy, good friend of mine. He's going to be named.
Works here, smart guy, complete oxymoron.
And I said, we're talking about the trifecta of what's happening. They want to trigger a war, a new pandemic.
So many wars. A race war. A global war, a civil war, so many wars that they're trying to do. Something needs to stop.
And racial conflict that is the cover for a civil war.
Oh my gosh! Wait, pre-watch? That's so funny. A new pandemic. Yeah, stupidity is the new pandemic. I will say. Pre-watch. Wait a second. I said civil war. That was supposed to be a little meme. It was supposed to be a little jokey, a little haha funny. Why'd you all call me a professional yapper like a couple moments ago? I scrolled up through chat. Why'd you say that? Why'd you say that? I was just saying it how it is. She was coming after me and I just had to say what had to be said. She was coming after my life. Bro, you were yapping? I was not yapping. Speaking truth to power is not yapping. When I was talking about shoes, they said I was just yapping. I was not going on a rant. A rant has bad connotation. See, I don't like it when you say stuff like that because it makes it seem like you're not really listening to me. Like trying to make me seem crazy by trying to say, oh, I'm ranting, oh, I'm crazy, oh, I'm going wild, I'm just losing my mind. What, I'm just too emotional for it? Just because I'm trying to, because you said something and I was just trying to respond a little bit to how you were talking. So I just felt like I just should. No, it's okay. I have to finish this video. It's okay. It's okay. Oh my God. It's fine. I'm fine. I love you too. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm so fine right now. There's nothing to talk about. It's not professional yapper. It's professional truth to powerer. Okay. Stop laughing. It's not funny. It's a professional truth to powerer. Shit. What? Why are you laughing at my job description? Why are you treating this not serious? This is serious work. Yes, okay. Thank you. Goodness. What am I supposed to do? She always on my throat, man.
The globals are going to push. That's pre-programmed, it's clear. And I went, this is the Quattro, actually. Because he added the point. And they want an economic collapse. And there's no doubt all that is on the table. So forget the trifecta. This is the Quattro.
Quadfecta?
New bird flu. Going after the food supply.
New bird
racial
flu?
Conflict manipulated George Floyd 1,000.
That sounds like a Brockhampton album.
Times worse. White supremacist goes in and attacks black church. You can see it all.
My bad. Sorry. That sounds like a Tyler the Creator album. Sorry.
All pre-programmed. I would just say that's an example of what.
Wait, what did you just say?
Food supply. Racial conflict manipulated George Floyd 1,000 times worse. White supremacist goes in and attacks black church. You can see it. Whoa, buddy. Whoa, buddy. Is he trying to like talk down the Dylan Roof shooting? Is that what he's trying to do? Whoa, buddy. Didn't you just get in trouble for coming after like mass shooting victims once before? You really can't help yourself? They're manufacturing a racial war. White supremacist goes into black church. Okay. You know, we don't have to manufacture anything when you people, I'm saying it, when you people do it without any outside force. You disgusting fuck. Get all pre-programmed. I would just say that's an example of what they might do. Don't do that. We want peace with everybody. So
don't do that. Okay.
New pandemic.
All right. You know what? I think we can end it there. I see why this guy was banned from YouTube. He really deserved it. From Twitter as well. He deserved it. I wish the Sandy Hook victims another $1 billion settlement. Absolutely screw this guy, man. I hope it hurts. Yeah, that was plenty. That's enough. Oh, What a guy. What a guy. What do you guys think about that Alex Jones guy? What do you think, chat? Thoughts, opinions, feelings, emotions? Covered in transgenders. I hate that guy. We have to cover the Fauci hearing. We have to cover the Fauci hearing as well. That was so funny. Oh, there's a MAGA congressional candidate
The
who
Second
was
Amendment
rapping.
is there. The Second Amendment is there to always protect my first. A better rapper than Lupe, and I don't even have to curse.
As you can tell, yes, she is Mexican. Okay. Better rapper than Lupe, and I don't even have to curse.
The Second Amendment is there to always protect my first. A better rapper than Lupe, and I don't even have to curse. Let's keep the American dream alive and put an end to all lies. BLM raised billions, and what did they do for black lives? Politicians promise you the whole world, then they backslide. What happened to Hunter's laptop? You know I'm always strapped up.
Okay, that one kind of went crazy. That kind of went crazy. Wait, that one kind of went a little insane. I don't know why she wants to see Hunter Biden's dick pictures again. I mean, you can find them. Just ask Marjorie. I'm sure she has every single one of them from every possible angle. 2010s YouTube core. This kind of reminds me of the this kind of reminds me of the Voluntarius. I'm not gonna lie. Libertarian guys with Asian wives. This kind of remind me of them. I kind of miss them. I wonder if they dropped any new songs because their songs went kind of crazy. I can't lie. A lot of people, I feel like a lot of you all don't know that about my history. That Voluntarius video, that was something else. I feel like that one had the potential to go triple platinum. I'm be honest. It had the potential to go triple platinum. It didn't. You guys like the racist furry foot video though. You like that one more. Yeah, it's kind of funny that well, I don't think, is this a playground? Wait, is she? Because at first I thought this was just her yard. But now is that a playground? Because there's a sidewalk. You're kind of right. She might actually be walking around with a gun, 2 guns at a playground. You're so right. I was like, at first I was like, oh yeah, she's just some idiot who's flailing around her gun in her backyard, right? And she just built like one of these, right? But no, actually, I'm pretty sure this is an actual playground. Like looking at it, this is kind of the middle of a city. Is she just How much of a villain is this person? She's crazy. Can you imagine you're trying to hang out with with I don't know, with like your niece or something, and you're at the playground, you're on one of those like spring horses going back and forth. And some maniac is like doing 15 takes of them of them like walking around the playground with like an AR with the magazine on it too, flashing guns. You'd be like, I think we gotta get out of here. Quickly turn into another Las Vegas. I take my niece somewhere else. Average American playground. Actually, she picked this up at the playground. I'm not sure if we have any foreigners here, but yeah, every playground comes with its own complimentary AR-15 these days. It's pretty cool, actually. It was a Republican initiative in a lot of red states, and I mean, yeah, it's getting kids used to firearms early so they can understand safety. It worked out pretty well. Pretty sick.
Strapped up. Gun rights are women's rights. Feminists been stole a lie. You can mess around.
You know she really works out because she's covered in chains. That's what working out is when you have like chains. What workout is she doing? Does anybody know? Well-known chain up. Well-known chain up. She's practicing for when her anti-feminist policies come into fruition. Blood soaked, flex stained up. Love my bitches chained up.
Shark, hog.
Dester. Thank you so much for the prime. The Bezos Bucks joined the friends team being incredibly pog. I appreciate you. Thank you. What have we become?
You can mess around and find out, play stupid games, win a stupid prize. God bless the whole USA, even the ones who hate me. I'm still fighting for you today, and no super PAC paid me. America first, the people.
Okay. All right, Michael. This song is not good enough for you to be hopping around like that. Okay, Jeremy, slow down. For some, yeah, I don't know how they like pulled up Jebediah to to sing to rap the chorus. That's kind of crazy. That's kind of wild how they were able to pull up Ishmael for this one. Nice work, buddy. This one goes crazy when he practiced this one with the girls while they were churning butter. Yeah, he do a burnout with the horse and buggy. Jeb about to drop some Amish heat, some hot Amish honey. Please, Duncan. We need your lyrical skills, Duncan. Please. Drop that heat. Yeah, this definitely was something. I will not lie. Why are you on my pillow? You always colonize my pillow when I get up. It's gonna have your scent on it? Everything already has your scent on it. You be scenting everywhere. Yeah, after you're done, the bathroom definitely has your scent in it. Hey. Just gotta don't jump me. Leave me alone. I have a doctor's appointment at 9 a.m. Leave me alone. Don't a hospital appointment. Chad, I need your help. I go into the doghouse for that one. No, don't do this to me. Chat, save me. Do I got anybody in Kentucky? I need your help immediately.
Don't save him.
Come save me. Save your streamer. I'll give you extra. I'll give you a shout out at the end of for the next week's videos. You're on your own? Help me! Somebody help me! Somebody help me! You Drake to yourself? Nah, that's crazy. Never say that again. I didn't know such thing. Getting parasocial just to get out of the doctor's appointment. No, I need the doctor's appointment. I need it so bad. Oh, I want them to prescribe me drugs. I need it so bad. I kind of gotta pee. You know what I need? I need a Grimjow Jaggerjack like merch, something along those lines, like a little statue or something. That's what I need. They would join in the jumping. Why would you jump your streamer? What is he done wrong?
Deserve it.
You know what? All right then, come here. Let's go. Yeah. Yeah.
Cheating! That's cheating! That's cheating!
Yeah.
That's not fair!
You're done. You're finished. You're finished. You're not going nowhere. Oh! Oh! Listen.
You thought!
You
thought!
You thought.
You thought!
You thought.
That's cheating!
Yeah.
Stop!
Ah! You. All right. That's enough out of you. That's enough out of you. Leave my friend alone? Yeah, they said leave me alone, babe. Get him? No, they said get him. Not the crying and slapping. Yeah, she's domestically abusing me. Anyways, I appreciate you all, chat. It's been a good night. I do have to get to bed now. It is 1 a.m. So, you guys got any names of who you think we should raid? Watch out for the steel chair. Yeah, who do you think we should assault? Any ideas? Maximilian? Nah, somebody who gets lesser views. Probably like less, usually like around a hundo, I would say. We haven't rated Jack in so long. You're so right. Is she streaming? I guess I haven't rated everybody in so long because I've been out. Can we get a happy Pride? But like from me? Well, I mean, happy Pride. Make sure you stay safe out there and have some fun. That's the most important thing, right? Enjoy yourselves, everyone. Happy Pride. Enjoy it while you have it. Little gay people on my computer. All right, we're going to start the raid. Thank you, everybody, for watching. I appreciate you. It's been a great stream. And I hope to have you back on another meme stream. Have a good one.